Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, my lady.
Can you call the matter on record, Irene?
Morning, my lady.
Today is the 31st of August, 2021. Proceed, Irene.
Okay. Calling the matter, Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021.
When the matter was adjourned yesterday, Mr. Mkachwa was still under cross-examination. Mr. Sibara
Please, the court, my lady.
said he would be ready to proceed with the witness this morning.
That is the position,
Are
my
you
lady.
ready, Mr. Sibara?
We are ready to proceed.
Before you start, I see there are people whose faces appear. Can they switch off their cameras? It is only counsel who's addressing the court who should show his or her face. Thank you very much. Where is the witness? Okay. The witness is reminded that he's still under oath. You may proceed.
During the roll call, I didn't mention that this counsel who's standing in for Advocate Brophy.
Advocate who?
Brophy. He wants to introduce himself to you. That is Advocate Smith. Is on the screen now. If I can just mute myself.
Yes, thank you, my lady. I am appearing on behalf of Advocate Profi. He is not able to make it today, but he should be back tomorrow. So I would just like to place that on record, my lady.
Are you his junior counsel or what is the situation?
I'm a colleague of his. He is just involved in something else today, and then he asked to be excused, my lady.
Okay. Your name is?
Advocate Smith, my lady.
Brenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Continue, Mr. Sibara.
As please the court, my lady, I'm indebted to the court. Good morning, Dr. Mkachwa.
Good morning, Advocate Sibara.
I just checked that I'm trying to copy your mustache. Mr. Mkachwa, sorry, Dr. Mkachwa, the proceedings of today, I am going to touch, amongst others, your statement, which has been handed in as Exhibit C1. I will direct you as and when we proceed to the documents we are going to use. And as well, we will touch on Exhibit C2 during the proceedings. We will touch on the document, my lady, which is referred to. Just want to quickly go to it now. That is Gauteng Department of Health, Mental Health Directorate Policy Strategy 2014-2020. and the project plan which dealt with the termination of life Esidimeni. Further on that,
Just before you move, you spoke about there's two statements, exhibits C1 and 2, and then there is also this mental health directorate policy of which years?
that is the Gauteng Mental Health Strategic Directorate, that is 2014-2020.
Okay.
And
then
that is basically few of the documents.
there is another one which relates to the termination.
Oh yes, my lady, as it brings the code, that is the project plan. The project plan, my lady, is on page 1068 on case lines.
Okay.
For the benefit of other colleagues, 1068 on case line.
Okay.
My lady, just, I see my lady colleague, she's Advocate Felix raised her hand. If I can just pause for a while, my lady.
Mr. Sibora, thank you very much. I'm sorry to interrupt you. My lady, the letter that was handed in by Advocate Houders yesterday, may we suggest or just request will that be admitted formally into the record? Maybe we can mark that as an exhibit that might also influence on the cross-examination of Mr. Sibora. The letter that was distributed yesterday, written by...
He should have done so, but we don't know. Where is Advocate Houders?
My lady, if I could
Yes.
address you. Mr. Houders is here. He's just stepped out of the room for the moment, but it has been uploaded on case lines yesterday. There's a folder called Matlangu, and it was uploaded yesterday.
Yes, but I don't know if you understood what Ms. Foster is saying. She's talking about the fact that it should be admitted into the record. In other words, it must formally form part of the proceedings. Did I understand you, Ms. Foster, correctly?
As the court please, my lady, indeed, sir.
Yes, it must be admitted as an exhibit into the proceedings.
My lady, it's page 32873, but I'm happy for her ladyship to mark it appropriately.
Okay, can I see Mr. Houders is there?
Yes, my lady.
He's back.
I was here.
It's just concerning...
Just take a seat, Mr. Houders.
Yes, my lady.
This pertains to that letter that you referred to, the one
Yes,
that
my lady.
you ended up uploading. Remember, in the one that you used during the cross-examination of Dr. Mkajo.
Yes,
So
my lady.
Ms. Foster was raising an issue to say, was it not your intention for that document to be handed in as part of the proceedings so that it can be properly marked, because now it is in the folder, that separate folder, whether it was an intention that it should be admitted into the record?
My lady, I understood that once it's on case lines, it is admitted into the record. But if she wants to formally make an exhibit, I've got no objection.
Oh, okay.
It
All right.
makes sense. Thank you, my lady.
Okay.
Thank you.
In any
Thank you,
event,
Ms.
we know
Foster.
that it is there. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So same as the other documents, my lady, that I referred to.
Yes.
So they appear from the record. They're part of case lines, like the reports and all that. It's just difficult if we mark everything with an exhibit number. We're going to run out of exhibit numbers. But if Ms. Foster wants it marked, I don't have any issue.
No, that's fine. I hope.
Thank you, my lady.
I hope we agree on that. Continue, Mr. Sibara.
As a please, Dr. Mkacho, let's start with the Gauteng Department of Health Strategic Plan 2014-2020.
And this is on page?
It's on page 666, case line, page numbers.
I wonder, Mr. Mkacho, are you in possession of the document?
My lady, there won't be a need for him to refer to it.
Okay.
He can just simply answer from the bar from where he's sitting.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Doctor, I'm advised by Dr. Manamela that the Gauteng Strategic Plan 2014-2020 was designed to give effect, to the national mental health policy framework and strategic plan 2013-2020.
It is true, that is what was communicated to us, and Life Esidimeni accepted the time frame that was given, and we were very willing to cooperate with the Department of Health, taking into consideration the fact that the National Health Framework referred to what was actually meant to, one, looking at making sure that this level of service for mental health care users is appropriate. Also, it indicates an area where the budget needed to be relooked for mental health. It also looked at if you read the document clearly, it shows that they would be careful planning on how to achieve the intended outcome.
Wonderful, Doctor. So both the documents, they had a plan talking to each other how to achieve the national plan.
True.
And while we're still on that document, my lady, I'll refer it as Gauteng Strategic Plan 2014-2020. Dr. Manamela instructs me that the strategic plan was signed by Dr. Gottsnell on the 5th of August 2014. I can assist you in this regard, Doctor. I understand this is long since you have left the Life Esidimeni almost 5 to 6 years ago. I'll assist you in that regard. My lady, I'll quickly refer the witness to the strategic plan where the former HOD, Dr. Gottsnell, signed the Gauteng Strategic Plan 2014-2020. I'll be patient with you, Doctor. If you can try and navigate to page 699 on the case line bundle.
Are you on the page, Dr. Mkacho?
Judge, it's Advocate Wright speaking. We had a problem this morning to enter into case lines because our computers were reset last night during the night, and I didn't have Mrs. Marriott's password to case lines. I'm just going to try it again. I tried this whole morning because she's in Brits in court and not readily available to contact with her.
Just a second, my lady.
No, my lady, I can't log on her computer into case lines, but I'll bring my computer closer to Dr. Makasha so he can read it himself.
It's okay, Advocate Lady. You can do that. It's fine.
How long is that going to take, Mr. Late?
Judge,
should we take an adjournment so that
Can we just take a 5-minute adjournment, my lady, to sort out this?
Come again?
Can Mr. Sibara just give the page again?
It's page 699.
My lady, if I may suggest, one option is if Mr. Sibara or somebody in his team could just display the page.
Yes, you know, I was even thinking of that. I don't know whether, Mr. Sibara, can't you display the page on the screen so that we save time?
I am very, very poor on technology, but I can't even share documents on Caseline and divide the screen.
Okay.
Judge?
Yes.
Can I please just try to share the document on? I've never done it, so I'm going to try. Which document is it so that I can download it from Caselines first onto my PC?
It's the document on page 666. That is the Gauteng Provincial Mental Health Services Strategic Plan 2014-2020.
So it's on page 666 - what?
No, it's just page 666.
Okay, Josh.
Lady, if I may assist, I'm not particularly computer literate either, but it's under the general statements, item 32, and it is Annexure A to the affidavit of Nonseba Cynthia Sanelo, A30, if that may assist.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody who's got the document who can just display it on the screen?
I've asked my team. I've asked someone.
Is doing. I don't know whether it's
thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Esiasim.
But is it not proper just to display the page referred to, which is page 699?
The signature is at the bottom on page 699, my lady.
Yes.
Doctor, it is common cause, my lady, that the advocate late can as well raise it, that the former HOD, Dr. H. Gosnell, signed the plan on the 5th of August 2014, just to try and avoid technicalities on the issue of case line. It's common cause.
Yeah. True.
Thank you, Dr. Mkachu. If we can get off case line screen, my lady, It
Yes.
has just significantly minimized my. Oh yes, I'm back now. One other thing, Malady, which I wanted to raise, with regard to.
What was the response? I didn't even hear that because you were both talking at the same time.
Oh,
Dr. Mukacho, what was the response there?
I said it true.
Okay.
Because yeah.
Malady, just before I go to the second question, I don't know how, if it's proper, if advocate late can. I don't have a problem. You can sit closer to the witness during this session. I don't have a problem. To avoid issues of challenges with case line documents, I don't have a problem at all. You can, Dr. Mkasha can use advocate slate laptop together with advocate late. I don't have a problem.
Is that proper with you, Mr. Late?
My lady,
Smooth running of the proceedings, yes.
Dr. Mukasha can switch computers, can switch seats, and then he can use my computer and I open case lines for you.
Oh, okay.
It's okay, Malady.
I've opened case lines, so he can search, and I will help him to search.
I'm indebted to the court, Malady. Doctor, let's go back to the issue about the Gauteng Strategic Plan 2014-2020. Okay.
Case lines, you just go to that.
I'll repeat, my lady, for the benefit of the witness. I'll start from scratch. Are you good, doctor? Are you comfortable
Yes.
now? Thank you.
I am. Thank you very much.
Super. Let's go to the strategy plan. I hold instructions from Dr. Manamela that it was signed whilst the former MEC Kedani Mahlangu was already at the helm of the department as the MEC. As she was appointed on the 23rd of May 2014 to be the MEC.
Yes.
And I'm further advised by my
Just
client.
a second, Mr. Sibero.
As a please the court, my lady.
Continue.
And I'm further advised by my client that the former MEC, Kedani Mahlangu, she was aware of the strategic plan 2014-2020 as it was signed while she was already the MEC.
That would be my expectation.
And Doctor, this is the document which you have told the court that you were comfortable, you were satisfied with the document, the 2014-2020 strategic plan.
Very true. It was practical, it was doable, and it could have avoided unnecessary hurrying up of the process.
A wonderful answer indeed.
Just a second, me, please. I think because I'm also taking notes, you should bear with me.
I'll be very slow, my lady.
No, I don't want you to be very slow. I will tell you when to continue. It's okay. Continue, that's fine.
As it please the court. Doctor, I'm advised further that Life Esidimeni, in particular yourself, participated, you had inputs in the drafting of the 2014-2020 strategic plan.
It was not, I wasn't part of the drafting of the strategy. However, it was shared with us at a meeting, and we did contribute our view on the document.
So, by virtue of the fact that the document was shared in a meeting, and you contributed, you had inputs in the document. Will I be correct that you took part in the drafting by your contributions?
It was already finalized by the DOH. It was just a matter of unpacking certain sections of the document. And yes, we did have that engagement with the mental health team.
And you were comfortable with the plan?
Yes, my Advocate Sibara, I was comfortable with the 2014-2020 plan.
When we are there, Doctor, I'm as well instructed by Dr. Manamela that yourself, you were the managing director of Life Esidimeni, and she was the director of Gauteng Mental Health.
That is correct, yes.
And both of you had a direct communication lines because your strategic position at Life Esidimeni and their position within the department, they were within the same level of strategic positions.
Come again?
The position of Dr. Mkachwa at Life Esidimeni was relatively on the same strategic level to that of Dr. Manamela within the Department of Health, and they had a very good line of communication.
We did have a very good line of communication, and I would put it to be at the operational level rather than strategic level.
I borrow your word. On that note, Dr. Manamela instructs me that she was responsible for administrative and operational structures.
Just sit properly. I think there is something wrong. I don't know whether that is the network or because I see you are moving. Continue.
Is that me, Melody?
Try. Let's see.
Can you see me now?
No. Yes, but the problem was I couldn't hear you properly.
Oh, my apology, Melody.
Yes.
I'm audible now. Enough.
Continue.
Okay. Dr. Manamela advises me that she was on operational and administrative level within the department. So too, you were on operational within Life Esidimeni.
Yes, I was operational.
And she further confirms, Doctor, that your evidence is correct, that you regularly had quarterly meetings between the two parties, including yourself and your directorate, your executives from Life Esidimeni, including Dr. Manamela, with her directorate from the Department of Health.
Very true.
And she further confirms with me, Dr.
Just a second, Mr.
Mkachwa.
Yes.
She further instructs me that amongst the issues which would be discussed during the quarterly meetings would be service level agreement between the parties.
Very true, and a report would follow after those meetings.
And amongst others, the Mental Health Department of Gauteng, which is MHD, would, from time to time, conduct what is termed unexpected visits to Life Esidimeni facilities to observe the facilities and the conditions of mental health users. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the MHD would engage with Life Esidimeni executives during the quarterly meetings and raise whatever challenges they might have observed during their unexpected visits. Is that
also
correct?
true? That is true, yes.
And she further advises me, Dr. Manamela, that the unexpected visits were not only fact-finding missions or looking at the negative part on the part of Life Esidimeni. However, there were good areas where Life Esidimeni was performing very well.
True, they were a means of making sure that there was continuous quality improvement in the care of the mental health care users.
And some of the concerns, she advises me that at the time of unexpected visits, the MHD would get reports of suicide or unnatural death within the facilities which were in control by Life Esidimeni. Has that happened during your tenure?
They were all deaths that happened were reported to the department, to the Mental Health Directorate.
And she further.
Before you proceed, Dr. Mkajwa, just listen to the question carefully. If it needs a yes or no, then you'll just respond, and then you'll give details if they need, when they need details, right? So the question is, yes, whether there were such deaths reported during your tenure.
There were deaths reported during my tenure, yes.
Okay.
And Doctor, I hold instructions further on that score that the issue of conditions with regard to patients undernourished would as well be raised by the department after unexpected visits.
I do not recall a report that ever had a finding of malnourished mental health care users raised.
And I'm further informed by Dr. Manamela.
Sir, just a second.
Please, the court, my lady.
Continue.
I'm further informed by Dr. Manamela that Life Esidimeni would endeavor to remedy the concerns raised by the MHD. And they
that is,
sorry, you can answer that one?
That is true.
And Life Esidimeni would give a report on the outcome of the remedy they've undertaken. Is that correct?
Also true.
I just want to get clarity on that report, Doctor. Did you submit sort of a formal written report in response to perhaps concerns raised by the MHD, which you have fixed?
We did. The quarterly meetings would be followed up by a report, and we would respond to that report.
And will I be correct that that report would be in writing?
True, it would be in writing.
And that report, for example, Doctor, would be signed by yourself as the managing director.
Very true.
And that report would be as a result of the investigations carried out by Life Esidimeni executives in a particular facility, perhaps, which has been identified as the cause for concern.
True, if an issue was raised, I would ensure that I and my team would investigate and report back to Dr. Manamela what the findings were and what the corrective actions are, and later will be reviewed.
As it pleases the court. And you'd be signing that report on behalf of your team. Will I be correct?
I would be signing the report as an accounting officer for the division Life Esidimeni.
And that report as an accounting officer would not necessarily mean that is Dr. Mkachwa's report. It's going to be the team's report, though you signed the report.
It would be a Life Esidimeni report.
That is correct. I'm advised by Dr. Manamela that even within her directorate, she would sign reports on time to time as the head of the division, not necessarily because the report comes from her.
I wouldn't comment on the operations of the Department of Health, as I have no knowledge of how that function happened.
She advises me that their operation, it was almost exactly the way I demonstrated to you, how you would sign off the report and how she would as well sign off the report. She was not signing the reports purely as her own report, but however, as the report of the Directorate.
I would sign a report because I am pleased with the contents of the report, and I wouldn't say, I don't know how Dr. Manamela approached her side.
Let's go and start with Annexure C1, my lady.
Kindly repeat the annexure.
Doctor, your Annexure C1 starts from 2287.
2287. I'm trying. Seven. Yes. Two, 8, 7. I think it's up.
2, 8, 7. Okay.
Yes. Two, 8, 7. There we go. Thank you, I've got it.
You've got it. So, Doctor, will you be able to move the cursor when we refer to specific pages?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you, Doctor. Annexure C1, Doctor, from the reading of which the statement you made on the 25th of April 2018. That is found, the date is on page 2311, 2311.
Come again? Page
number. So the date is 311 of the statement.
25th April, which year? 20?
But are we still connected?
Yes, I am.
2018, my apologies, 2018.
25th of April 2018.
Yes.
And then you say the date it is on which page?
The page is 2311.
Okay.
Case lines.
Yes, continue.
2311. You got the date, doctor?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. When I peruse this statement, doctor, it mirrors exactly what is contained in Annexure C2, which is as well your statement.
Okay.
The only differences between the two statements is that with Annexure C2, the statement you made it on the 7th of May 2019.
True.
My lady, the date on the statement is located in page 1464.
Thank you. Continue.
And doctor, the Annexure C2, you agree? It is the statement which you have made quite earlier, around 2019. It's not older than C1.
Come again?
Annexure C2 was made in 2019, which would then mean that is the earliest statement to be made in 2019 to date.
Yes, Mr. Late.
My learned friend is referring to annexure. Is it annexure or exhibit that he's referring to?
Yes, because he keeps on saying annexure, annexure. The statements are exhibits.
I can't hear you, Judge.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. What I'm saying is that these are not the two statements are exhibits.
Yes, my learned friend refers to annexures, and that's not correct.
Exhibits C1 and C2.
Thanks a lot, Advocate Lead, for that correction. I'm indebted to the court. Doctor, Exhibit C1, it's quite detailed in terms. I can see, my lady, I think Advocate Lady still, the mic is not muted yet. Oh, thank you. Annexure C1, doctor. Sorry, Exhibit C1. It's quite detailed. You make references to dates with regard to particular incidents. It's dates, month, and the year. Have you noted that?
Yes, I do.
And when you wrote or you attended to Exhibit C1, were you using your notes which you referred to yesterday?
Kindly repeat the question for me.
In view of the particularity with dates on Exhibit C1, when you wrote the statement, were you using your notes which you referred to yesterday?
No. Notes. I used the information I had at hand.
Come again? You used the information?
I had.
Okay.
Let's go, Doctor, to paragraph 6 of Exhibit C1, which is located in page number 2288.
Okay.
You referred in paragraph 7 of your statement that the initial plan, in brackets, Gauteng Mental Health Strategy 2020, proposed was to reduce the number of beds by 200 beds per year to complete the project by 2020. Did you see that information?
Yes, that is correct.
Dr. Manamela agrees with you in this respect. And further on that score, Dr. Manamela agrees with you that the 2014-2020 strategic plan could not be achieved because of the relapse and readmissions and further referrals by hospitals to your centers. She agrees with you on that score.
That is true. We were a service provider and we provided the service to the department.
And doctor, she further advises me that this issue of readmissions and relapsing was as well discussed in your regular quarterly meetings.
We did discuss it. As I indicated, it was to look at the progress of the strategy, and when the numbers were being discussed, yes, we did discuss that.
And she will agree with you that the department issued a moratorium to hospitals not to refer patients to Life Esidimeni without going via the provincial department.
That is also true.
And I'm instructed by Dr. Manamela that the department issued that moratorium in order to give effect to the 2014-2020 strategic plan.
That I would assume, because that would be a prerogative of the department.
And that is as well was designed to propose measures to give effect to the strategic plan.
I understand.
And Life Esidimeni undertook to assist the Gauteng Department of Health in reducing the number of beds. Did you make such an undertaking?
We did.
And that is correct, doctor. That is as well reflected in paragraph 8 of your statement, that is Exhibit C1 on page 2288.
Yes.
Doctor, my instructions are that you are definitely correct that The finance division, which was headed by Mr. Matsebula, commissioned the Health Advanced Institution to check on the viability of Life Esidimeni contract with the Department of Health. She confirms that.
That is true.
And Dr. Manamela further confirms that a report was produced by the Institution for Health Advancement. However, she was not the custodian of the report as it fell under the financial division.
It is true.
She had no access to the report. However, Mr. Matthew was the responsible person for that report.
Mr.
Matsebula, my lady.
Continue.
Doctor, let's go to page 2290 of Exhibit C1. Are we together?
Yes, we are.
My lady, I'll try to count the paragraphs and the lines. That is going to be contained in paragraph 16 of your statement. It starts with the following. It was reported in several meetings that the MEC of Health in Gauteng, Tedani Mahlangu, in brackets, herein after referred to as the MEC, was dissatisfied with the attained goal of reducing the beds drastically. Are you with me there?
Yes, I am.
Was this reported during the quarterly meetings?
This was in discussions with Dr. Manamela and myself.
Was this not discussed in quarterly meetings? If you check paragraph 16, where it starts, we had quarterly review meetings. Can you see that one?
Yes, I can.
So
it was mentioned in those settings, yes.
Okay. And this was discussed between yourself and the MHD.
Yes.
Not specifically Dr. Manamela as the head of the division.
Well, I had personal discussions with Dr. Manamela on it.
And did she inform you that the MEC was dissatisfied with the pace the 2014-2020 strategic plan was going?
Yes, she did.
And those are my instructions, Doctor. She indeed confirms. You mentioned the quarterly meeting, Doctor, will they held perhaps maybe after every 3 months? or what was the position?
They were held every quarter. Dates were determined between the two parties and agreed upon.
Okay. All right. I want to take you to page 2291. 2291 of Exhibit C1. And that will be, my lady, we are going to paragraph 20.
Okay.
Doctor, when you get the,
yes,
you are there.
I've got it. I've got it. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Doctor, my instructions are that indeed that meeting took place. It was an informative sort of a meeting, which was called by the MEC. It was, Dr. Manamela refers to it as a high-end meeting. The executives of Life Esidimeni, as well as the MEC and her directorate. Is that what happened?
That is true.
And Dr. Manamela confirms that on that date, February 2015, she heard it for the first time when the MEC, former MEC, Dani Mahlangu, pronounced that she had decided to terminate Life Esidimeni contract. She confirms your version in that regard.
Thank you.
And she further instructs me that, as you put it bluntly in paragraph 20, that if I can just read it to the record. In February 2015, the MEC called a meeting with Life Esidimeni and advised that the Gauteng Department of Health had budgetary constraints and she had decided to terminate the contract by the end of March 2016 at the least. The only difference she has with your statement is that the MEC mentioned 2016, not 2017.
As far as I can recollect, the MEC in that meeting mentioned March 2017.
Furthermore, Dr. Manamela confirms that she further heard about the termination when the MEC was 2015-2016 budget speech.
Come again?
Am I audible, my lady?
Yeah, I think you're breaking. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know whether you are properly seated where you are.
My lady, okay. And I'll sort out my technical problems with the technician.
Okay. What is happening? Do you want us
I've noted it's to adjourn for tea, my lady. We can take the tea adjournment. That's my proposal, my lady.
But it's 3 minutes past. It's about 4 minutes past 11.
Past 11, that's correct.
Okay. Is there any problem if we take the tea adjournment now and resume at 11:20? I think we can do that now. The court will take a tea adjournment And then the witness is warned. Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
As it pleases the court.
As please the court, my lady.
As it pleases the court, my lady.
As it pleases the court, my lady.
As the court pleases.
under oath, Mr. Sibara.
I'm indebted to the court, my lady. Just a second. This is
a problem. I don't know whether it's an echo. What is happening from your background?
Is it okay now, my lady?
Yes, continue.
My lady, I was still on exhibit
C1.
C1. Precisely page 2292.
Yes.
The Dr. Mkacha mentioned, my lady, it would be paragraph 20, that is continuing from the previous page to page 2292.
Yeah.
That the MEC repeated the termination in her budget speech 2015-2016. Did you see that, Dr. Mkacha?
Yes, I did. Thanks.
I hold instructions from Dr. Manamela that she as well further heard about the termination during the MEC's budget speech. Further on that, Dr. Mkacha, I'm instructed that the proceedings of the meeting of February 2015 were not sort of like a normal meeting, but sort of an informative session by the MEC.
Very true.
And I hold instructions further, Dr. Mkacha, that indeed on that date in question, the issue of Brazil was raised by the former MEC. And Dr. Manamela was as well in attendance, including the Chief Director, Planning and Development, Mr. Musino, who was as well present during the February 2015 meeting.
I do not recall Mr. Msinohi in the meeting. I can't recall.
Okay. No, it's okay, Doctor. It is my instructions further that the former MEC said it during the meeting that indeed in Brazil, the families are looking after their own mental health users.
That is what I heard.
And that they walk on the streets in chains accompanied by the family members.
That's what I heard.
Dr. Mkacha, Dr. Manamela confirms further that your evidence is correct. That the MEC, sorry, the former MEC rather, said it during the February 2015 meeting that she does have a brother with a mental ill condition and the family looks after him.
That is what I heard as well.
She confirms your statement in paragraph 21 of exhibit C1. Dr. Mkacha, your evidence will be confirmed by Dr. Manamela that the MEC further said it in that meeting of February 2015 that she also used to sleep under a stove because there were no adequate space or room in the house. The mental health care users can as well do the same.
That was also my understanding.
Doctor, if you can just clarify to the judge here, in particular the comment which you captured in paragraph 22 of your statement. That is on accommodation in poor family houses. That paragraph starts with those words, Doctor. How did it come about? How are you there, Doctor?
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. How did it come about that the MEC made mention of those words? Or how did she utter those words? Under what circumstances? What was happening?
It was at the time when my executive, Dr. Kemi Chetty, was explaining to the MEC what challenges the mental health care users would experience, what our experience as Life Esidimeni in terms of trying to release mental health care users to communities that were underprivileged.
That is my instructions, Dr. Mkacho, that exactly what happened is as you have just put it on record now. Dr. Manamela will confirm that evidence in the event that she testifies. The same applies, my lady, to the allegations which are contained in subparagraph 23.1 to 23.4. Dr. Manamela confirms with me that the executives of Life Esidimeni raised those concerns, and the MEC did not want to entertain them.
That is true.
And in your own observation, Doctor, the mood in the meeting of February 2015, how can you categorize that meeting? Was it collegial engagement meeting? Can you just assist the court here?
My take was in a session that was going to tell us what the department has decided.
Okay. And did it turn out to be?
It turned out to be, because any further engagement or trying to reason certain of the statements uttered was really not that much entertained.
I hold instructions, Dr. Mkacho, that the MEC was quite dismissive on that date in question.
That is, I can attest to that.
Doctor, it is my instructions further that on the 11th of March 2015, Dr. Silubano, who replaced the then head of department, Dr. Gottsnell, wrote a letter instructing Life Esidimeni to reduce the number of beds by 200 by the 31st of March 2015 and a further 21% by the end of April 2015.
That is true.
I've noted, Doctor, in your statement, in particular paragraph number 24, it mirrors the instructions which I've gotten from Dr. Manamela.
Thank you.
I've noted in your paragraph, Dr. Mkacho, that you mentioned as follows: when we made telephonic inquiries, we were informed that he had been instructed to write the letter by the MEC. I take it that when you say he, you are referring to Dr. Siluban.
It would be that, yes.
I recall yesterday when you give your evidence before the court, You testified that when you refer to the we, you are referring to yourself and your executive.
Yes, that is true.
Can you assist the court? How was that inquiry done? If my understanding is correct, you mentioned that Life Esidimeni had the CEO, yourself as the managing director. When you say we, how did you make such an inquiry?
The we was referring to myself as MD of Life Esidimeni. Two, it was Dr. Trevor Frankish, who was responsible for the clinical directorate within Life Healthcare. And the third person was Dr. Kemi Chetty, who was an executive in Life Healthcare.
And if my mind serves me well, yesterday you told the court that this inquiry was done to Dr. Manamela.
Can you kindly clarify for me the inquiry you are referring to? What inquiry?
The inquiry you mentioned in at the bottom of paragraph 24, when we made telephonic inquiries. So you testified yesterday that the inquiry you are referring to was made to Dr. Manamela.
In other words, if I understand Mr. Sibara, he's referring to this statement on paragraph 24 of your C1, your statement, where you say when we made telephonic inquiries. Is that Mr.
Yes.
Sibara?
That is correct, my lady. Yes, that is the inquiry I'm talking about, doctor.
Yes, I'm referring to inquiries that we were making to Dr. Slibana as head of department.
So, in other words, you, from what I'm gathering from your evidence now, you as well inquired from Dr. Siliban.
Yes, and Dr. Manamela.
So, yeah, then you are recording for the first time that, in fact, those inquiries were done to Dr. Silubano as well as Dr. Manamela. Yesterday, you specifically testified that the inquiries were done to Dr. Manamela.
By virtue of line of command, I would go to Dr. Manamela and find out just verify the letter that I've received, because I would take it that it would come from the head of department to Dr. Manamela's office before it comes to me.
Thank you so much, Doctor. When you made inquiries to Dr. Manamela, did you get the positive outcome?
No, she just confirmed what was in the letter to say the head of department had decided.
And she told you the head of the department, meaning Dr. Silubano, had decided what?
Well, the letter came from the head of department.
Is that what she told you?
Yes.
Anything else?
And not that I can recall right now.
Okay. Yeah, she instructed me that she never told you that the MEC instructed Dr. Silubano to write the letter.
No, she didn't.
And where did you get the information that the MEC instructed Dr. Silubano to write the letter, because it's codified in your statement, that information?
Can you refer, which paragraph are you looking at now?
The same paragraph. I've not even moved an inch. When we made telephonic inquiries, we were informed that he had been instructed to write the letter by the MEC. And
that would have been, yeah.
My question to that effect is that who then told you that Dr. Silubano was instructed by the MEC to write the letter?
Well, given the contents of the previous meeting, it became quite inferable that Dr. Silubano should have received instructions to.
So you inferred, nobody told you?
No.
I didn't hear that answer.
I said yeah, no.
But you wrote in your statement that we were informed, not that you inferred. Your statement says that we were informed that he had been instructed to write the letter by the MEC. You never wrote in your statement that I inferred.
Fair enough. I think I would have to look at the telephonic records to confirm that.
And are you prepared to concede that what you are telling the court now is not consistent to what is in your statement?
I am saying when the information, when I wrote, this was when I wrote the statement, the information I had was that an instruction had come up from the MEC to write to instruct Esidimeni to reduce the number of beds by the numbers as such.
No, Dr. Mkacha, sorry, you remember the court warned you to answer 2 questions. We are talking about the information which is in your statement. I'll ask you perhaps maybe to answer the question. You told the court now 2 seconds down the line that you inferred by virtue of the previous meetings that perhaps perhaps Dr. Silubano was given instructions by the MEC to write the letter. Is that what I've captured your evidence correctly?
I'll retract that.
You retract that? So we must accept what is in your statement?
Yes.
So we'll go back to your statement. Guided by your retraction, who then informed you that Dr. Silubano was instructed by the MEC to write that letter?
It would have been Dr. Silubano himself.
Did you speak to him?
I did have telephonic conversations with him.
When?
Even when I received the letter to object to the number of the users that were supposed to be released.
Dr. Mkacha, let me remind you of your evidence of yesterday, in particular with regard to this paragraph, when my learned colleague Advocate Hodas SC was asking questions about this paragraph. You testified that it was put to you that you had to phone another doctor to confirm what the other doctor did, meaning you had to call Dr. Manamela to confirm what Dr. Silubano did. Your answer was very straightforward to that effect. You testified that HOD's MEC, it was difficult to get them. I had a direct communication line with Dr. Manamela. Do you recall?
Yes, I do.
And today you are telling this court you specifically spoken to Dr. Silubano about this letter. Hence, yesterday, you told the court that you could not speak to him because he was unavailable.
The question yesterday was, did you speak to the MEC? And I indicated that she and Dr. Silubano are busy and it was difficult to get hold through to them. However, on certain occasions, I could get hold of Dr. Silubano.
And in any event, doctor, you have already retracted the information which was incorrect you had given to this court about this paragraph. I'll leave that for argument, Doctor. It's okay. Doctor, it is my instructions from Dr. Manamela that on the 24th of March 2015, she attended a mental health awareness day at Krisani Baragwanath Hospital. And you as well attended. Did you attend it?
That is true.
And in that meeting, it is my instructions that the former MEC emphasized that she was terminating Life Esidimeni contract because of financial constraints and further to align the mental health services in Gauteng with the National Mental Health Policy Framework and Strategy.
That is true.
In view of that, and with reference to the letter of 11th of March 2021, with regard to the further reduction of 20% above 200 beds, I hold instructions that Life Esidimeni declared the dispute on the 25th of March. Is that correct?
That's true.
It is my instructions from Dr. Manamela that she as well raised it with Mr. Musinoki that the additional 20% was quite unrealistic and it was outside the scope of the Gauteng Mental Health Strategy 2014-2021, which you brought to it yourself. She remonstrated that with Mr. Musinoki. She even as well reached, my apology, she remonstrated with the HOD, Dr. Siluban.
I wouldn't know the meetings that happened at the Department of Health.
And she informs me that the grievance, so the dispute yourself, you emailed it to her with regard to the 20% reduction. Is that what happened?
Yes, it was sent to her and the HOD.
Yes, then she advises me that upon receipt of the dispute, she raised it with the HOD, Dr. Silubano, that this was not feasible. And the HOD promised her that they will look at it with the MEC in their strategic meetings. Will I be correct, Dr. Mkachwa, that the 20% additional reduction was consequently waived by the Department of Health pursuant to your dispute?
That is correct.
Dr. Manamela confirms that she advised the HOD through her directorate that the 20% should be waived, and indeed it was waived.
It was waived.
Thank you, Doctor. And Dr. Manamela informs me that on the 30th of March 2015, she wrote a letter confirming the waiver of the 20% additional reduction, and it was emailed to you. Do you confirm that?
Confirmed.
And before the letter was written to confirm the waiver, she informs me that there was a meeting between Life Esidimeni and the Directorate on the 27th of March 2015 to discuss, amongst others, your grievance you have raised. And that culminated in her writing a letter on the 30th of March 2015 after the practicality was discussed by all role players.
That is true.
Just a second, my lady. And on the 1st of April, Dr. Manamela instructs me that she wrote a letter to all public hospitals not to refer patients. However, that one as well was reviewed and reconsidered.
That is true.
And it is my instructions that on the 5th of August, 2015, Dr. Manamela received a letter from Life Esidimeni advising the Directorate that Life Esidimeni had reached a target of reducing the beds to 2,060. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And consequently, the moratorium was uplifted on the hospital not to transfer patients directly to Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
I never received a letter that lifted the moratorium.
Did you hear about the lifting though?
I heard about the fact that hospitals will still continue to go through the mental health directorate when they wanted to refer patients to Esidimeni.
Come again, just repeat that you heard that.
That the process of admission of mental health care users at Esidimeni would happen after the mental health directorate had approved the referral.
You testified before this court that on the 5th of October 2015, you received 2 letters from the Gauteng Department of Health, but those letters were dated the 29th of September 2015, as well, even though, sorry, my apology, my lady, even though they were received on the 5th of October 2015. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And will I be correct, doctor, that the first letter was dealing with the termination of contract?
That is correct.
And the other letter was dealing with the negotiation of Baneng?
That is also correct.
I hold instructions, doctor, that it was as a result of extensive engagements by the Directorate that Baneng should be retained, and consequently such a letter to retain and negotiate with Life Esidimeni was crafted?
I wouldn't know how the negotiations at the Department of Health happened. I am just aware of the decision that was taken.
And after Baneng was retained, did you hold regular meetings with the Directorate?
The meetings, as they started to not to happen as regularly as they used to during this process.
I will take you, Doctor, to page 2295 of C1.
200?
2295, my lead. 2295. We are together, Doctor. Thank
yes,
you.
We are.
Yes, it's just the next page. It's okay.
That's the next page, my lead. That's paragraph 34 of your statement. It reads as follows. On the 8th of October 2015, a meeting was held with Dr. Manamela and her team. Dr. Manamela advised that she could not change or influence the decision taken by the MEC as she was not involved in the decision-making processes. Can you take the code? Is that what transpired?
That is, yeah, that was what was conveyed to me.
Then can you assist the court here, Dr. Mkacha? What prompted Dr. Manamela to give this answer? What was discussed here?
It was referring to the feasibility of the transfer and the numbers and the time frame that the department had given to us.
She advises me that specifically yourself, because you had a very good collegial relationship, you had requested her to reconsider the time frames and the transfers relating to the transfer plan of the mental health users. Is that what happened?
That is true.
And she informed you, Dr. Mkacha, that look, you are asking a wrong person. One, I was not involved in the taking of the decision. I cannot influence, I never influenced the decision by the MEC. She was not even part of the taking of that decision to terminate the contract in the first place. That is what she conveyed to you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
She further informs me that she informed you on the 8th of March, 2015, that all what she was responsible for was to implement the decision of the MEC, whether she likes it or not. That is what she conveyed to you.
She did. And she will remember very well that yes, at one meeting, we actually had an outburst where I asked, are we clinicians or what?
Can you, just a second, hold on there. You mentioned something quite important. You questioned her that, are we clinicians or what? What informed you to ask her such a pertinent question? Because you did not exclude yourself, but you use it in a plural term.
Well, I felt the plan that was on the table was not for the best interest of the mental health care users. And when she responded to say she was just to implement, I then asked if we are clinicians or not. Are we just going to implement instructions without questioning the instructions and being able to do whatever we need to do for the best interest of the mental health care users?
And she confirms your evidence now here that you had a very heated engagement with Dr. Manamela, and she emphatically told you that, Dr. Mkachu, my hands are tied. I had to follow the instructions or I go through the door. She told you that information. During your heated engagements.
Yes.
That is when she further informed you that even some of the clinicians in the department raised concerns with her about the plan. And she told them, she advised you that she told them to raise these issues with the MEC because they too were not comfortable with the plan. That is the meeting of the 8th of October 2015. When you were busy in this heated engagement. Did that transpire, Doctor?
Yes, it happened like you say.
Let's go to the issue of unannounced visits on the 8th of October 2015. When you say Gauteng Department of Health officials, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to officials within the Mental Health Directorate.
And can you be specific?
Talking about Miss Sinello, Dr. Lintwane, no, Miss Jacobas.
Just a second, can you name them again?
Miss Sinello.
That is Mr. Sinuelo. Miss
Sinello.
Yes, it's a Miss Sinuelo.
Dr. Lintwano. I might be pronouncing the same name wrongly. Lintwano. Dr. Lintwano.
Oh, Lintwalo, yes.
And Miss Jacobas.
Okay.
Dr. Manamela confirms that piece of evidence that it was Ms. Sinello, Dr. Linkwana.
Oh, Linkwane, yes.
Dr. Linkwane and Ms. Jacobas, who visited the facility.
Yes.
I see Advocate Mbaweni, my lady, she's on the screen. If I can just mute my mic.
My apologies, my lady. If I might just ask a question of clarity at this point in time before we move further. The Miss Sinello that Dr. Mukwacha is referring to, which Miss Sinello is it? Because there are two. There is Miss Cynthia Sinello and there's also Mrs. I just want to get the name of the other Sinello.
Sophie.
My apologies.
Sophie.
Sophie Sinello.
Sophie. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mukwacha. I'm clarified, my lady.
Thank you. Continue.
My lady, Dr. Manamela, I'm just trying to remove a guest on the screen. I'm advised that Frida Sinello.
Who?
Frida Sinello. Frida Sinello.
There is how many Sinellos do you have here? Because
yeah, there are two.
But now Mboni spoke about Sophie and Cynthia. So now you are talking about Frida. Who is who?
I might be wrong, my lady, in the name. I think I just know her as Miss Sinello.
So you don't know who?
But if Dr. Manamela says it's Frida, then it must be Frida because that's her team. She knows them best.
Okay.
Doctor. How was it possible that this personnel who you were holding a meeting on the 8th of October would at the same time be at Life Esidimeni on the same day? I'm advised by my client, Dr. Manamela, that these officials, Ms. Sinello and Dr. Linkwane and Jacobs were part of the meeting you referred in paragraph 34 of your statement.
Yes.
My instructions are that those officials did not visit your facilities on the 8th of October 2015, as you put it, as they were in the same meeting you attended, as reflected in paragraph 34 of your statement.
The unannounced visit happened at Waverley, where these officials were.
Come again?
The unannounced visit happened, I remember specifically at Waverley Care Center.
Continue.
My lady, the posts which I take, I'm as well taking instructions as and when we proceed to avoid standing down, my lady.
Yes.
I'm advised, Dr. Mkachwa, that the persons or the officials who made the unannounced visit on the 8th of October 2015, it was a team from the district, not the officials you have stated before this court.
That is not true. I was present and I accompanied the team with the hospital management as they walked about doing the visit.
Dr. Mkachwa, I have noted that since you have, from the 8th of August 2015, October, sorry, my apology, my lady, October, it's almost 6 years to date. And you have told the court yesterday that you have moved on with your life. Some of the information you don't recall. How do you recall specifically these 3 personnel?
Because I was at the facility. We walked together with them.
And it is my instructions that those officials were in the meeting and you were in the meeting. What time did you conduct this work about at the facility?
I would have to refer to check the times, but having a meeting does not necessarily mean that the whole day was taken by the meeting.
And how did it happen that you were at the facility when the visit was unannounced?
I happened to be at the facility because I visited the facilities to do my own spot checks.
Just a second, you mentioned the specific facility which these officials visited. Can you remind me the name of the facility?
It was Waverley Care Center.
Waverley
Care Center.
It was only Waverley Care Center.
This specific incident is referring to the Waverley Care Center visit.
But your statement says that they made unannounced visit to the facilities, not facilities.
Yes, that's I'm saying they made those visits to the facilities, but at this Waverley Care Center visit, I was there.
And the meeting of the 8th of October 2015 with the Gauteng, with Miss Manamela and her team, where did you attend this meeting? Where was the venue?
I would have to refer to the diary to be able to understand where the venue was. But even if it was in Marshalltown, Marshalltown is not far from Waverley.
So you don't remember the venue of the meeting of the 5th of October 2015? You don't remember the time which the unexpected visit was made by these officials. Hence, you are saying your memory is very sharp. You can remember their names.
My dear learned friend, I really, with due respect, when you are at a facility and you are having people coming in, I wasn't checking the time to actually note and say, now they are at the gate at this time. If I need that information, I would have to go and refer to the records of the security company.
And with regard to the venue of the meeting of the 8th of 2015,
our meetings happened either in the Department of Health offices or at the facilities. So I would have to refer to minutes or diary to be able to know where that meeting took place.
Just a second, my lady. If I can just be allowed to mute my mic a bit, the witness is just raising a finger. With the indulgence of the court, my lady, can I just have a word with Dr. Manamela?
Okay.
Just want to clarify something.
All right.
I'll mute my mic, my lady. I'm indebted to the court, my lady. Doctor, you mentioned when we started this morning that you were happy and satisfied with the strategic plan 2014-2020.
That is correct.
Are we still together there?
That is correct.
And Dr. Manamela advises me that after the plan was signed on the 5th of August 2014, it was circulated within her directorate. It was circulated to the Office of the National Minister of Health, to the Office of the Premier, even to yourself.
I wouldn't have been part of the circulation. However, she did call a meeting where she presented, where the Mental Health Directorate presented the plan to Life Esidimeni, and a copy was shared.
So you then confirmed that the copy was shared?
Yes, it was.
And if one would say you did not have a copy and you never had the inside of the plan, that is the strategic plan, it will be inaccurate.
I had the strategic plan.
The answer, I suppose, it demands a yes or no, doctor. If one would tell this court that you did not have a plan.
But he's here, he says he had it. That's what he said just now.
I'll leave that, my lady, but this is a cross-examination strategy which is aimed at eliciting.
No, I hear that, but whatever answer that you want, he has already said he had it. Now I don't know what you're trying to do. For him to answer yes or no to what? Same question. He said, I had it. And it was shared with Life Esidimeni. Is it not what you said, Mr. Mkacho?
My lady, it is true.
Can we leave that, Mr.? I don't know what you are trying to achieve, but he says he had it.
I'll reconstruct it, my lady. Okay. There's a purpose for that question, my lady. Okay. However, I'll reconstruct it. Doctor, I'll come back to that question. You testified that the Gauteng Department of Health did not give Life Esidimeni the opportunity to visit the NGOs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I take it that all the officials of Life Esidimeni, they were never given the opportunities to visit these NGOs, to vet them, to be satisfied that the mental health care users were being taken to proper facilities.
I am not aware of an official that was invited to accompany the officials of the Department of Health to the facilities.
Doctor, because this was the most burning part, most concerning part on the part of Life Esidimeni, that this mental health users, you guys, the Life Esidimeni did not know where they were going, the conditions of NGOs. I would expect you to give a positive answer that none of you guys ever visited any facilities, any NGOs, which the mental health users were purportedly going to be taken to.
I can say, I never received any invitation of my officials to go visit. So none of my officials officially went to the facilities.
And you offered this and that offer was declined?
I offered it, there was no uptake of the offer.
Dr. Mukachwa, do you know Zanele Buthelezi?
I do. She was my nursing manager.
Dr. Mukachwa, Zanele made a statement. I'm not sure if she would testify during these proceedings. However, her statement is located at page 1434. 1434.
I'm there. Thank you.
And I will take you to paragraph 16 of her statement, which is located at page 1437.
I got it.
I will read it to you. Besides the interaction with the MEC, we also had contact with Dr. Manamela, who visited facilities regularly. I recall that on one occasion, one of our nurses went with Dr. Manamela to visit one of the NGOs. I recall, Dr. Mukachwa, 2 seconds down the line, you told this court that none of your officials visited the NGO.
I clearly stated it. I expected an invite from the Mental Health Directorate to my office requesting for officials to go. This happened at that level. I don't know the date. I don't know what the context of that visit was. I think you'll have the honor of asking Ms. Buthelezi the question.
But this question is informed by your answer, Dr. Mukachwa, that none of your officials visited the NGO. It will then seem that, it will seem that your officials were not giving you accurate reports.
My lady, if I may intervene at this juncture.
Yes, Mr. Yes. Just a second.
Certainly.
Yes.
My lady, the answer that Dr. Mukachwa gave to the question, and I must just go back to my note, but it amounted to him saying that none of his officials, none of the Life Esidimeni officials made any visit in an official capacity. I must just find my note. My lady, the question was, this was the most concerning part, that Life Esidimeni did not know where the patients were going, etc., etc. And the answer, and I paraphrase, is I never received any invitation for any official to visit, so there was no official visit. That was the answer, my lady.
Yes, okay. Yes, you may continue.
My lady, I think the question is fair, and the answer which was asked to Dr. Mukachwa was specifically including the officials of Life Esidimeni, and the nursing staff include officials of Life Esidimeni. I don't know whether my learned colleague was expecting me to specify the chief executive officer, the managing director. I don't know.
Can we paragraph? It's fine. Let the witness clarify that.
In this paragraph, it is noted that the nursing staff of Life Esidimeni attended at NGOs.
Can we hear his response? Yes.
My lady, I explained that there was no official visit to the NGOs.
And Dr. Mkacho.
Just a second. Yes, Mr. Sibara.
Dr. Mkacho, I hold firm instructions from Dr. Manamela that the department extended an invite to Life Esidimeni. Some of your nurses hit the call and they attended at NGOs.
I would love to see that letter addressed to me as the head of Esidimeni.
If you note,
yes.
If you note paragraph 16, Dr. Mkacho, your subordinates, they had interactions with the MEC. Ms. Buthelezi captured in a statement that they had interactions with MC. And will I be correct that in terms of the organogram of Life Esidimeni, Dr. Buthelezi was very low in terms of the standing?
Let me clarify.
Yes.
I cannot control informal interactions because I don't know the extent of relations. I only can comment on official.
Just a second, my lady. I just want to confirm with Dr. Manamela. She just sent me a note, my lady. I'll just mute a bit of my mic to not to disturb. And doctor, when we are at the NGO, let's discuss this issue which Dr. Manamela has just signaled to me. You informed the court that Life Esidimeni would transfer patients to NGOs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Dr. Manamela instructs me that those NGOs which you would refer patients to, they were licensed by the department, they were in the database of the department, and they were vetted by the department before they were given a list to Life Esidimeni.
The NGOs that we referred our patients to, we had visited those NGOs. We had relations and understanding of the conditions of those NGOs. Yes, they were licensed by the department.
Let me rephrase my question. Those NGOs, the list of NGOs which you used to refer patients to, you were given the list by the department.
You are talking about this project. I'm talking about NGOs that we referred to earlier before this project.
We are together there. I'm talking about the NGOs you referred patients before the termination project.
Of course, we would have to vet and make sure that those NGOs are registered with the department. So where would we go to get the list of the registered NGOs? It would be from the department.
Doctor, I think as the court advised you, it's proper that you answer the question because you start by framing a story for a very simple and direct question. The Department of Health, Gauteng, before the termination process, gave you the list of NGOs for you to transfer patients?
That is.
It was.
Yes, continue.
It was an annual review process for Life Esidimeni to ensure what NGOs are licensed by the department.
Okay.
Judge, I'll leave this one because the doctors seem to be reluctant to answer it direct. Dr. Mkacho.
Would you say he's reluctant, or just you can just ask a simple question for him to understand it? If you want a yes or no, just tell him, then he'll just say yes.
And I think, my lady, that was the framing of the question.
But what is your question so that we can assist him?
I put it to him that the Department of Health in Gauteng gave the Life Esidimeni of the list of NGOs which they had to transfer patients to on a yearly basis.
That was, oh, yes.
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Mkajwa. Were you given a list from the by the Department of Health at the time on an annual basis?
My lady, we checked the database of the Department of Health.
So
a list was not given to us.
You were not given a list?
No, no, my lady.
And Dr. Mkacho, those NGOs you would refer patients to, who was paying the NGOs?
I do not know.
Doctor, I hold firm instructions that the department was paying the NGOs which you referred patients to.
My role was to discharge patients to registered NGOs. What happened at the NGOs was normal my responsibility once the user has been discharged from an Esidimeni facility.
Then how do you appoint an NGO which you don't even know that is going to be paid or not? Because you are saying your role, you'll go to the database, choose your NGO, transfer. How are you doing this, doctor?
I would go and find out which NGOs are registered. Remember, the time that Esidimeni had existed, there has been relations with certain NGOs which we knew and we trusted because we had visited. So yes, we would verify if they are still registered with the Department of Health.
Then did you further go back to the department and check after verifying? Did you notify the department that these are the people that we are dealing with?
Yes, we would, my lady, thanks.
So, Dr. Mkachwa, in short, you are telling this court that you were appointing a service provider on behalf of the department and the department would pay.
Remember, in the quarterly meetings, potential discharges were discussed with the department. And transfers or referrals or discharges to NGOs, we would notify the Department of Health, definitely.
So can you assist the court here? If you were to refer a patient before the quarterly meeting and 1 month passes before the quarterly meeting, how would the department pay that NGO because the department is not aware of that NGO because you selected it yourself?
We would notify the Department of Mental Health Care users and where they would be discharged to.
Dr. Manamela, sorry, my apology. I hold instructions, Dr. Mkachwa, that is quite incorrect. The procedure was for the Department of Health to appoint and to send the list of NGOs to Life Esidimeni of the NGOs. And the department will then have service level agreements with those NGOs. And it will pay those NGOs and vet those NGOs.
As I indicated earlier on, I would not know what happens between the Department of Health and the NGO.
You are telling this court for the period of plus minus 10 years, as you testified, you were the managing director of Life Esidimeni. You had never received a list of NGOs from the department.
I don't recall receiving any list from Dr. Manamela giving me the list of NGOs that I must refer to.
My lady, can you just pick up something from client? She's raising a finger.
Yes, you can do.
Thank you, my lady. So, doctor, at all material times, you always tell this court that you don't recall. So will I be correct that it might have happened, but you don't recall?
I do not have an email from the department that came to me to give me that list.
And during the quarterly meetings, NGOs, new NGOs were discussed. Those are the instructions I hold, which are on the database, and you were given a list.
The truth is, NGOs were discussed at the quarterly meetings, and we would then verify the validity of those NGOs with the department at those meetings.
And Dr. Manamela advises me that during those quarterly meetings, the list of NGOs which are new on the database and all the NGOs which have been vetted by the department would be given to Life Esidimeni.
Would be put up, not given, put up for discussion in the meeting.
The list?
Yes.
So you confirm that during quarterly meetings, there was a list of NGOs?
We would discuss, NGOs formed part of the agenda of the quarterly meetings.
On the quarterly, when we are still there on quarterly meetings, Doctor, I just been reminded on the point which I omitted to deal with regard to the 5 of October 2014 signing of the strategic plan. Dr. Manamela advises me that during those quarterly meetings, before 15 February 2015 meeting of the MAC, there was never been a discussion of termination of the contract between Life Esidimeni and the department. Is that correct?
That is true.
Let's go back to the issue of NGOs. Who would vet these NGOs in your establishment?
They would be done by the, like I indicated, they would be done by the Department of Health. We would go.
Okay, the vetting will be done by the Department of Health.
Yes, we would then go visit those NGOs that we had users that could utilize to just satisfy ourselves.
So if I get your evidence well, the department will vet the NGOs, put the list on the database, bring the list of NGOs during the quarterly meetings for engagements with Life Esidimeni?
Correct.
And before the NGOs were put on the database, did you vet the NGOs?
No, we did not.
Why
that
not?
was not because the department would do the vetting.
So why did you wanted to vet the NGOs when the cancellation was done? Because you have never done vetting before.
Because we wanted to be sure. Remember, before the termination, we would then know which NGOs are on the database, and we would have an opportunity to go and visit them and map them to suitability to our mental health care users who could be discharged to those NGOs. That's exactly why we wanted that.
Dr. Mkachwa, you testified that before the NGO could be appointed, put on the database, before the department could vet, you never vetted NGOs.
Correct.
And these NGOs which the department wanted to put the mental health care users, they had not vetted them before they put them. Why did you want to vet them?
I have explained, my lady. We wanted, in this particular project, we never had an opportunity to go visit and see the NGOs and be comfortable with which users can be suitable for a particular NGO. That is what we wanted to participate in. Before the project, we could be able to look at the list and see, and then visit those NGOs.
Doctor, you recall that the patients which you were looking after, they were transferred from hospital to your facility.
That's correct.
So in this instance, you undermined the department to do quality work. You doubted the department.
Is that what the witness is saying?
My lady.
No.
Let him respond, okay?
No, my lady, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, before the project, we had an opportunity to go visit the NGOs. Because we know the mental health care users better, then we could be able to match a particular NGO would be suitable for a particular mental health care user. At this hurried project, we would be denied of that opportunity.
The reason, just a second, if I just want to clarify this. The reason being that there were these new others whom you didn't know, who were not on the database, or whom you never worked with before. That's how I understand it.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
That is correct.
Doctor, remember, at the stage where you insisted on visiting the NGO, you had no contractual relationship with the department. You visited the NGO first on your own because, one, you still had a contractual relationship with the department. At the time when the department was cancelling the contract, you had no contractual relationship with the department.
Just a second, I think Mr. Van Bergen wants to object. Mr. Van,
my lady,
is that an objection or yes?
It is, my lady. I submit that the statement that is put to Dr. Mkachwa is incorrect. The contractual relationship would terminate on 31 March 2016 and was later extended to 30 June 2016. So during that period and until those dates, there was indeed a contractual relationship. It did not end on 5 October. It persisted until 30 June 2016.
Thank you.
I'll rephrase my lead.
Yes, you may do so.
Doctor, the contract which you had with the Department of Health then, as my colleague correctly put it, it was terminating on the 30th of June 2016. Will I be correct that that contract only dealt with patients who were in your care? Is that correct?
Yes, I would be contracted for mental health care users in the care of Life Esidimeni.
And the NGOs which you had at the time of termination, the department had a contract with those NGOs, is that correct?
I wouldn't know.
Have you transferred patients to Takalani before the termination? Takalani Home?
Yes, we did.
Did the department have a contract with Takalani?
I wouldn't know. I'm not an employee of Takalani.
Did you vet Takalani?
Yes.
And were you satisfied?
We were satisfied with Takalani. We also knew the owner of Takalani. She used to be a Life Esidimeni employee, so she understood the needs of the mental health care users.
And thereby you are talking about Dorothy Skukuni?
Yes, I'm referring to Dr. Skukuni.
And you were satisfied with Takalani NGO facilities, and you were comfortable to send mental health care users there?
That's correct.
Just a second, Melody. So, Doctor, you are aware that there was a court action which related to mental users who were intended for Takalani Home NGO.
Please clarify, my colleague.
There was an agent application. I hold instructions that there was an agent application which was launched by Section 27 on behalf of SADC to challenge the transfer of patients to Takalani.
As you are well aware, Life Esidimeni was not part of that court action.
But are you aware of that court action?
I know there was a court action, but like I indicate, we distanced ourselves from that court action, from the court action.
And before the court action, will I be correct that you had engagements with Ms. Cassandra Chambers?
Yes, we had engagements with Ms. Chambers. Yes, we had meetings with the Department of Health where she was part of the meeting.
And did you share information about patients, the 50 patients to be transferred to Takalani with Ms. Chambers?
I did have an email communication with Ms. Chambers when she wanted to find out how the referral or transfer of patients was going.
Doctor, I would like to take you to C2. C2, it's located in page 1000 450, my lady, of the case line.
I've got it.
Let's go to paragraph 11 of your statement. It reads as follows. In addition, the Gauteng Department of Health would inspect the facilities and convey their findings to Life Esidimeni. They would express concerns about services. Do you recall which concerns they raised about services from Life Esidimeni?
As I indicated earlier, this would come out of the quarterly meetings, and the quarterly meetings were meant to focus on continuous quality improvement in the facilities. So those were around concerns around the facility improvements that can be made in the facilities.
Are you comfortable, Dr. Mkhatshwa, to mention the concerns they raised about the services Life Esidimeni was offering? Can you assist the court, please?
I would have to refer to the quarterly reports to actually be precise on that.
And if you can as well look in paragraph number 11, it is a blanket statement that they raised concern about the facilities and ancillary matters without giving specifications. What were those services and what were those concern about these facilities and ancillary matters? There are no details, will I be correct?
Yes, I didn't spell it out.
Why not?
Because they are contained in the quarterly reports.
But doctor, both your statements are very critical about the department. In none of your statements you ever mentioned any shortcomings from Life Esidimeni. You are projecting Life Esidimeni as super perfect.
My lady, with respect, the statement that is being put is unreasonable. The matter did not revolve around Life Esidimeni. The matter revolved around the conduct of the Gauteng Department of Health. If my learned friend wishes to build a case that there were shortcomings and concerns at Life Esidimeni which impact on the subject matter of this inquest, in other words, that any of those concerns were causally related to the demise of the patients that this inquest relates to, I submit he must put to this witness what those concerns were. He must put to this witness which of the apparently alleged deficiencies at Life Esidimeni were causally related to the death of the patients that this inquest is concerned about. To berate Dr. Mkhatshwa for not having raised those issues in the affidavit is completely misplaced, because that was not the purpose of the affidavit. Those issues should then have been raised by Dr. Manamela or whichever other official of the Department of Health wished to make that point. And I submit that this line of questioning should not be allowed.
Yes, Mr. Sibara.
My lady, I'll rephrase for the benefit of the witness. I have noted that the question was quite unfair. Let me rephrase, my lady.
Okay, but
I'll rephrase for the benefit of the. I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll do that, my lady. Just to do justice to Dr. Mkhatshwa. This incident took place long time ago, Doctor. I really appreciate the objection by my learned colleague. Let's go to that paragraph. Dr. Mkhatshwa, with regard to the concerns which were raised with regard to facilities and services, it is my instructions that part of the pertinent issues which were raised with you during the quarterly meetings was issues of unnatural death.
Every death at Life Esidimeni was investigated and reported to the Department of Health.
It is my instructions that unnatural death, in the sense that there will be suicide in the facilities which you were ordered to investigate, and the department as well would investigate.
As indicated, all unnatural deaths were investigated.
Thank you, Doctor. Above all, it is my instructions that it was discussed during the quarterly meetings that amongst the concerns which were raised by the MHD was that patients at Life Esidimeni facilities, other facilities, were in a bad state. They were sickly, they were frail and malnourished.
Absolutely untrue.
Doctor,
yes.
It is my instructions that on numerous occasions, the MHD raised the issue of patients with lack of clothing. Those were raised during the quarterly meetings.
All our mental health care users had clothing.
Was the issue raised? As far as you recall, was such an issue raised?
They were. At the quarter, yes, my lady. At the quarterly meetings, the issue of clothing and dress would be raised, and we would respond to that.
Okay.
So can you assist the court? You just assisted us now. The question which I put it to you earlier. What was the concern about clothing by the department?
When they did the visit or took a walkabout, they might see a hole in a tracksuit of a mental health care user, and they would raise that.
And what else?
That's about it that I can recall.
It is my instructions that during these quarterly meetings, the MHD would report concern about blankets, that there were not enough about blankets, insufficient blankets.
Blankets were provided to help mental health care users. On top of that, Esidimeni facilities had air conditioning.
Did it happen that during the, did it happen, Doctor, that during the quarterly meetings, the MHD raised concerns with blankets and clothing?
Clothing has been responded to. Can we deal with the issue of blankets? He has responded to that. We shouldn't go back and forth. Yes, the issue of blankets, as far as you recall, was it ever raised at the quarterly meetings?
I do not recall any blankets shortages being raised at the quarterly meetings that I attended. It might have been some time.
Just a second. Let me just get clarity from Dr. Manamela here. Dr. Mkacho, it is my instructions that due to the nature and the conditions of patients, for example, patients with schizophrenia, they would damage the facility, break windows, and when the department made unexpected visit, they will pick up this incident. And that will be discussed as well in the quarterly meeting. Is that correct?
Repair of the facilities is an ongoing matter. And we're talking about schizophrenic patients here. They would break, and the breakages were ongoing, and we would repair accordingly.
And doctor, the question was this reported in the quarterly meeting, not whether repairs were ongoing?
I don't recall that raised with me in the quarterly meetings.
And it is my instructions that at all material times, Life Esidimeni did correct the concerns, and you'll give a report in the follow-up meeting.
That's correct.
Just a second. In your facilities, doctor, did you have a full-time doctor?
Sessional.
Come again?
A sessional doctor.
You didn't, doctor, like the court requested you. The question whether you had a full-time doctor, yes or no? Not a sessional doctor.
No full-time, but sessional.
And let's go to paragraph 13 of C2.
I'm there.
My lady, I'll refer the court to the last two lines of the paragraph, which starts with, we also advise the Gauteng Department of Health that Life Esidimeni could not reduce the cost further without compromising the quality of service, as patients required a full-time doctor to treat their medical condition.
Yes.
Is that correct, doctor?
Yes, that's correct.
You mentioned that it was a casual doctor, but in this paragraph you mentioned that a full-time doctor to treat their medical condition. Can you assist the court there?
These doctors were available if there were emergencies. They were available 24 hours to come and assist the hospital, the facilities. So but there was.
Let me understand you. What are you saying, Mr. Dr. Mkacho?
My lady, I'm saying if the nurses picked up, the professional nurses picked up an emergency with any of the patients, then they would call the doctor who is on call for that particular time, and they would be available.
So, doctor, the word full-time doctor there, it's inaccurate.
Full-time, the doctor is available in 24 hours.
And it as well include an occasional doctor.
It includes sessional doctors who are available to assist the facility within a 24-hour clock.
You mentioned that you would need a trained professional nurse, auxiliary nurses, and were these nurses full-time?
These were full-time nurses. The facilities was covered by nursing for 24 hours.
We are talking about Randfontein and Waverley, will I be correct?
We're talking about the two, as well as Bedford before it closed.
At Bedford, sorry, doctor, sorry, my apologies.
And Banning as well.
And Banning. So you had 5.
Waverley, Baneng, and
Bedford, my lady.
okay, yes.
And if my mind serves me well, Doctor, you mentioned your facilities. I noted in paragraph 5 of C1, there were 5 in total. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this all 5 facilities had individual nurses. They had individual professional nurses, auxiliary nurses, and enrolled nurses. Is that your evidence? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Each facility would appoint those categories of nurses.
And do you recall how many nurses, professional nurses would, for example, my lady, if I can just propose now, I'm just trying to deal with the issue of nurses. To pause now, I see it's 1 minute past 1. I don't know if we are running through lunch, my lady.
No,
I don't want.
Let's break now for lunch, and then
At
2 o'clock. The witnesses want again.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Yes, please the court, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
As it pleases the court, my lady.
Are you ready, Mr. Sibara? Let me check where is the witness.
I'm ready, my lady.
Dr. Mkacho.
Yes, my lady.
Okay, we have now reconvened. You are reminded that you're still under oath. Yes, Mr. Sibara.
I'm indebted to the court, my lady.
Yes.
Doctor.
Just when we adjourned for lunch, you asked a question with regard to the number of the nursing staff.
That is correct.
Yes, if you can just enlighten the court as to what is the purpose of this question and also in relation to the question that the court has to determine.
My lady, the court will note that the emphasis by Life Esidimeni is the quality of care the mental health users would receive in the NGOs they were to transfer to. So when our client would testify, she would testify that those NGOs were vetted by the department. They were positioned in facilities where they were close to clinics, where they were professional nurses, and all the MDT were available. Multidisciplinary task team were available closer to the NGOs. That is going to be our submissions in relation to the NGOs which the patients were transferred to. That is why that question was put to Dr. Mkacho. I don't know if I satisfied the court's question there.
Yeah, well, continue. I just want
Yes,
us
please,
to
the court.
restrict cross-examination to the relevant facts, because we can't be sitting almost 2 days, 3, 5 days. I mean, cross-examining one person. Do you want to say something, Mr. Van Bergen?
Yes, thank you, my lady. My lady, I've been debating whether to intervene at this stage or not.
Yes.
My instructions are that Life Esidimeni does not want to be seen to be obstructive, does not want to be obstructive. Life Esidimeni wishes to assist this court to come to the correct finding on the facts before it.
Yes.
And for that reason, I have maintained a low profile. But, my lady, a tendency seems to have developed where every conceivable aspect that can be cross-examined on is cross-examined on, whether it is relevant or not.
Mm-hmm.
And it has reached a point where Dr. Mkachwa has now been in the witness box. And I stand to be corrected, but it's for about 4 or it may be 5 days.
Yes, it's going there, in fact.
My lady, we're not going to finish today. There are still a number of other
It looks
parties.
like we don't even know how long is Mr. Sibarako going to take. That's why I'm trying to ask everyone, when they cross-examine, they must stick to the facts, because you know, they cannot always be objections. They know what this matter entails, isn't it?
As your ladyship pleases, why I've also not objected more often.
But where you want to object, you should feel free to do so.
My lady, I think experience will have proven to your ladyship as well that very often making an objection takes up more time than getting the answer would have done. And on that basis, one must weigh up the necessity or the utility of objecting. But I fail to see how the number of nursing staff at Life Esidimeni facilities is going to enlighten your ladyship about the staff complements at NGOs and the availability of medical facilities and so forth. There seems to be no relationship between them. And on that basis, I submit that that it is not relevant. I cannot see the basis of relevance. And I would object to this continued line of questioning.
Thank you.
As simple as the court, my lady.
Okay, you still want to reply?
Yes.
Okay, you may do so.
The court will note that the 2 statements were read into the record.
Yes.
And we consulted extensively with our client based on those two statements. And we are trying to put our client's case across. And it seems as if that there seems to be an acceptable line of cross-examination, which in our view, even our client, Dr. Manamela, want to assist this court to come to a proper conclusion. And yes, I'm quite worried where I'm sitting now. If a cross-examination will be conducted, a witness would then answer. I suppose the witness had answered the question about the nurses. We have moved on.
It was not. It was not answered when we adjourned. You wanted to know the component as to how many. That is what makes me to raise this question. And you must remember that my view is that if you have got a version to put to the witness, just put that version of your client so that we can move on. This thing of unless if I don't know what, that's why I feel so obliged to intervene at some stage.
With respect to the court, if I can sit here and put a version to the witness, that is not the purpose of cross-examination and my strategy. The court will note that out of cross-examination, Dr. Mukhacho had to retract some of the information based on the... I
don't want you to take us back. We're well aware of what happened. I'm just talking about this issue itself. I'm saying if there is anything that you want to put forth, which revolves around this thing of asking about the staff component, why don't you just raise it so that the matter you can pass this? If there is a version from your client, I'm just referring to this specific point. Yes.
I get the court's position, my lady. And
I don't want to be arguing with you. I just want
I really understand the court's position
in an efficient matter, in an efficient manner.
And with due respect to the court, I am going to ask questions which are relevant.
Okay, please.
Based on my instructions I got from Dr. Manamela.
Okay, please do so.
Please, the court, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Dr. Mukhacho, I am going to leave the issue of staff component for argument. Let's go back to the issue of Takalani NGO. You have already informed the court that you were happy with the NGO and its composition.
I take it that when you, just a second, I take it that when you refer to Takalani, you also refer to, is it Mosebo?
Yes, Mosebo.
Yes. Are you referring to both or just Takalani?
Takalani. They are owned by one person, but in
that's
different.
Why I'm saying yes. Okay, structures. That's fine.
Dr. Mukhacho, I'll take you to page 1460. 1460.
60.
Yes.
My lady, I'm just assisting the witness.
Okay, that's fine. Yes.
Ja, maar ik moet hem oopgemaak het. Hoe zou ik het
$1,450.
My lady, can I just propose it 2 minutes so that they can sort out the machines?
Is it necessary? Can we?
What is it?
Just 2 minutes.
Is it not the same device that she has been using?
I'm busy. Al 40, okay.
Ja, 1453, laat sê.
Ek het sy verklaar voor. Ja.
There's a cancel here. Can you please? Yes, thank you very much. Do you have the page in front of you?
Yes, my lady, I do.
Okay. Proceed,
And
Mr. Sibo.
Doctor, I'll refer you to paragraph 39 of your statement, where it reads as follows. Did you get the paragraph?
Yes.
The bottom paragraph.
Yes.
I corresponded with Dr. Casey Chambers, advising her that the mental health care users identified for transfer to Takalani were assessed by a multidisciplinary team and were fit for the discharge to Takalani. You have noted that?
Yes, I do.
And will I be correct that I hold instructions from Dr. Manamela that indeed 50 mental health care users were identified for the transfer to Takalani? Are these the very same you are referring to?
Yes.
And you were happy that those 50 can go, you know the facility, you know the owner. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So on the very same score, Doctor, let me take you to paragraph 38 of your statement in the same page. Let me know if you are there.
I'm there.
I'm going to read it as follows. The DOG then placed officials at facilities and they took charge of the process. We were informed that the project was starting and 50 must be discharged to Takalani. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We had not visited Takalani and we had no knowledge of Takalani facilities, resources, staffing, and admission criteria.
At that point in time,
you just told the court that you were happy that the 50 could go. And you knew the facility, you knew the owner.
Yes, but I needed to go. What I'm referring to here is I didn't go to actually visit the facility at that point of the transfer.
But this is the facility you have been transferring patients since 2008.
Yes, because we would visit them periodically. But at this point in time, I hadn't, to see if they had the capacity to take the 50 right away.
But you tell the court 2 seconds down the line, when I was dealing with paragraph 39, that you were satisfied that the 50 could go to Takalani.
I have just indicated I was happy to transfer to Takalani. However, I had not at that point in time visited Takalani. That was based on historical relations, not at the point in question here.
Or 39.
50.
No, the paragraph 39.
Paragraph, yes.
And 38, they are not based on the same
premise.
Okay.
You testified that family members wanted to be involved and to visit and inspect NGOs. And it was put to you that in one of the meetings, they raised this issue with the former Minister of Health, and she gave out her number. You recall what happened yesterday?
I indicated that I was not in the meeting that you're referring to. I was in the meeting at Randfontein.
I hold instructions that the department indeed allowed family members to visit the NGOs. And they indeed, some visited the NGOs, some they did not. They choose not to visit.
Indeed, I wouldn't know because that was done by the department without collaboration of Life Esidimeni.
So are you suggesting that none of your staff members are aware or they were aware that family members visited NGOs?
I would have to consult with my hospital managers to give me that granular level of detail.
Let me assist you. Your colleague, Ms. Zanile Buthelezi, confirms indeed that there were family visits by family members and they had formed family forums as advised by the Gauteng Department of Health.
As I indicated earlier, that was not done through my office, so I had not officially sanctioned that visit.
Doctor, correct me if I'm wrong. You testified yesterday that there was a meeting which Mr. Mukwena attended in your absence. Do you recall?
That's correct. That's the Waverley one.
And when we're referring to Mukwena, are we referring to Paul?
Yes, we are.
I will then take you to Paul's statement. And Doctor, the statement of Paul is located in page 1443 of the case line.
1453.
1443.
443, okay.
Yes. 1443.
1443. I'm there.
Yesterday during cross-examination, you mentioned that amongst others, one of the reasons you resigned is because you were dealing with politicians who did not listen. Do you recall?
Yes, I did.
And can you be specific? Which politicians were you referring to?
As the statement states, it was generalizing my experience with the Department of Health. So I wasn't referring to a particular politician.
Dr. Manemela will tell this court that she's not a politician, and she was not a politician at the time when she was the director of the Department of Health at the time.
My lady, I never said Dr. Manamela is a politician. However, she did express her frustrations from her political powers.
And can you assist the court? Which frustrations did she express there?
Like you indicated earlier on, in terms of the plan, the change of the 2014 to 2020 into 2016, all that was part of the frustration.
And she will confirm with you that she was indeed quite frustrated and she was being put under pressure. I want to read a paragraph, that is paragraph number 7, my lady, of Mr. Mukwena's statement.
Okay.
This strategic plan was changed and we were given notice of termination of contract. We asked why the sudden turn around, and we were informed that it was a decision taken but the African National Congress, in brackets ANC, and in Parliament as a cost-saving measures. Did you at some stage perhaps get this information, Doctor?
It was public knowledge that when the parliamentary sitting was there, that was expressed.
Thank you, Doctor, for your very firm answer. Then you agree with Mr. Mokoena in paragraph number 7?
That was public knowledge, yes.
Thank you. Within your spectrum, as Life Esidimeni, did you appoint officials within your unit to negotiate and discuss the transfer processes of patients from Life Esidimeni facilities to the NGOs?
Please unpack for me did I employ officials?
Did you appoint within your unit, within your organization, did you specifically appoint personnel to specifically deal with to negotiate and discuss the transfer process of patients?
The hospital management team was responsible for that process, together with the multidisciplinary team.
So will I be correct that there were officials from Life Esidimeni who were appointed to negotiate and discuss for the smoothness of the transfer of patients?
The officials from the Department of Health would discuss with the hospital management, headed by the hospital manager of that facility. So there were no special appointments made because management was there.
Let me take you to paragraph 10 of Mr. Mokoena statement.
I am there.
There's a line which starts as follows, my lady. The mental health care users not only suffered from psychiatric conditions, but they also suffered from medical comorbidities and frailty, with some requiring care and treatment in a hospital scenario. Is that correct, Doctor?
We had frail patients.
You had?
We did have frail patients. And the patients, I think the statement is taken out of context, my lady. What Mr. Mokoena is saying is there were people who had psychiatric and comorbid conditions, and some of them were frail, and they had regular visits in hospital. We wouldn't keep in Esidimeni a patient who deserved to be treated in a hospital.
Continue.
As it please the court, my lady, where was Mr. Mokoena stationed at the time while he was working for Life Esidimeni?
He was stationed at Waverley.
Dr. Manamela will confirm that during quarterly meetings, she indeed raised concern with you in the meetings that there were patients at Waverley who were very frail and who needed hospitalization. And they identified those patients during unexpected visits.
No, she did not raise it with me. She might have raised it with Mr. Mokoena, not with me.
No, she raised it in the quarterly meeting. Did Mr. Mokoena attend quarterly meetings?
All hospital managers attended the quarterly meetings. I would attend as my diary suited.
I recall you told this court that in the event of a report, you would investigate, resolve it. Did you resolve this one as well of Waverley?
The issue at Waverley would have been brought to my attention if the hospital manager was unable to manage it. So he must have managed it and resolved it at that level.
Just a second, my lady. Doctor, you mentioned further that you resigned because you find it frustrating dealing with the government and they did not want to listen. Correct?
That's correct.
And you told this court that Dr. Manamela was as well quite frustrated with her political haze. Is that correct?
That's correct.
My lady, I'm going to object.
Yes, ma'am.
These questions were asked and answered already just a few moments ago. Does my colleague have further questions for witness?
Mr. Speaker?
My lady, there is a question on this one. And it is quite difficult to structure cross-examination without building a structure behind it. Because after the answer the witness had given now, there's a follow-up questions to that. And is to test the veracity of information compared with the evidence led yesterday. And I think this speaks to the evidence of the witness yesterday. I'm going to take him to the evidence of yesterday and let him answer.
Ms. Marie?
My lady, I will leave it in the hands of the court. It's my opinion that
let's hear the question.
Let's please the court.
So it's not a repetition. Let's hear the question.
It's not.
Continue.
Doctor, when you are talking to government, what are you referring to?
I'm talking to the Department of Health.
And when you said they did not listen to advice, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to the whole. Remember, I had direct interaction with the Mental Health Directorate.
Yes.
And it was up to them to take it up, to escalate it to their principals, not me.
Dr. Mkhajo, Dr. Manamela advises me that she listened to you all the times. She discussed all the issues with you all the times. And at some stages, she informed you that this is the instructions from above, from the MEC, whether I comply. It's either I comply or I get through the door. That is what you confirm in the morning.
That is true. I'm not denying that. I am saying when that instruction had, when Dr. Manamela says, I have got the instruction and I'll have to implement the instruction, there is no room for negotiation anymore, I will take her word for that, frustrated or not.
So in your own analysis during those engagements, did you understand her as someone who does not want to listen to advice?
she was very open, and she always was available to discuss. So she was very cooperative in that sense.
And she was listening to advice.
She would listen, and but then the implementation would be different.
Why the implementation was different?
Because she had some mandates to carry out.
And when you say they did not listen to advice, you are not including Dr. Manamela then?
I am including her because she was my point of contact as Department of Health.
It is my instructions, doctor, that she listened to your advice quite effectively. And that is why even the issue of the additional 20%, she took it up with the managers and it was reversed.
Very true. But the whole project, did she take my advice on how we could do it properly? No.
Doctor, she advised me that even yourself, you were present in the February 2015 meeting when the MEC announced the termination. Even senior members of the department, chief directors, she had no powers to stop the project. And she listened to all your advice.
I'm not disputing that.
Thank you. Doctor, in your dealings with Life Esidimeni, I take it that you had engagements with chief executive officers of hospitals who were transferring patients to your institution. Is that correct?
Not all the time. There's some engagement happened from hospital manager to hospital manager or executive. Yeah.
I take it that you knew Dr. Maureen Mabena.
Maureen Mabena?
Yes.
No, I'm not personally.
The chief executive of Vescopis then?
No. When I visited Vescopis, it was a different chief executive officer.
Noted. Let's go to the statement of Maureen Mabena, doctor. It's on 523.
I'm there.
Doctor, I hold instructions from Dr. Manamela. 523, my apology.
523.
523.
Yes.
Dr. Mkacha, I hold instructions from Dr. Manamela that
Judge, it appears your
On mute,
laptop
yes.
is muted.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm trying to locate, okay, Mr. Sibara. Okay, thank you very much. It appears, can you hear me, Mr. Sibara? Mr. Sibara, you are on mute. You are muted.
My lady, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you are on mute.
Yeah, I was still fighting the technology. My apologies.
Okay, but it appears all of us had some problems. There was a problem with Teams, and somebody managed to assist Irene, one of the technical staff. So we can take it from there and continue. I think you had just referred us to the witness to page 523.
523. That is correct,
Yes.
madam.
Let me see where it was.
That is the statement of the statement of Maureen Mabena, madam. Thank you.
Dr. Maureen Mabena.
Yes, doctor. It is my instructions by Dr. Manamela that from the report she received from her team, the multidisciplinary task team, patients who were discharged from Life Esidimeni, they were really in bad condition. This was confirmed by Dr. Mabena in a statement. I'll refer you to paragraph 4 of her statement. It reads as follows. The first batch of patients we received were not in good condition and had to be screened from scratch. It would appear that they were not being well cared for. Can you comment there? My lady, I can't hear doctor. Doctor, it's mute.
Okay. Dr. Mkacha, just mute your
Yes,
mic.
my lady.
Unmute your mic. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
continue.
Thanks.
Doctor,
yes. What is the response?
If maybe the witnesses. Oh, okay. I wanted to repeat the question, my lady.
Okay.
Yeah.
I cannot comment to your question in that one, I don't know what time they left the Esidimeni facility, what time they reached Vescopis.
So
apologies. Continue.
No, it does depend, my lady. let's go to Annexure C1.
Page.
Just before I go to
Yes. You are now muted, Mr. Sibara.
Thank you, madam. I was just quickly taking instructions from client.
Okay.
She just signaled something on the answer the doctor gave. Doctor, you are saying you don't know the time which they left the Life Esidimeni facilities and the time which they arrived at Vescopis.
Yes, because I did not transport them from Esidimeni to Vescopis. They were handed over to clinicians who were officials of the Department of Health. If there was any concern about the patients, that should have been raised at that point in time.
So are you suggesting that there's a likelihood that the conditions of patients changed in transit?
All I'm saying is a clinician received a patient. Any reasonable clinician would not accept a patient who is in bad condition without making notes of that.
And let me leave that for argument. It's okay. My lady, let's go to page 2,303. Are we there, Doctor? C1.
Okay, just a second. 2,000?
303.
303.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Doctor, I hold instructions that there was a meeting which was attended by, amongst others, Mr. Misinohi. And yourself, you were in attendance of that meeting. The meeting which I'm referring to was a follow-up meeting from the 8th of February 2016, which is captured in paragraph 64 of C1.
64.
Yes.
There.
That is where you are saying there was a meeting which was convened at Baneng, and the follow-up meeting was on the 9th of February. Can you see that in paragraph 65?
Yes, I can see that.
And the meeting I'm talking about, which Mr. Musinoki attended, was the one which is referred in paragraph 66 of your statement.
Okay.
Which during the meeting, the following issues, amongst others, were discussed. You tabulated them from 6.1 to 6.5. Dr. Manamela agrees with you with those pointers which were raised. And she further advises me that in that meeting, Mr. Musinoki, the project leader, was in attendance. Do you recall?
I agree. Yes.
And it is in that meeting where Mr. Musinoki promised you that the mental health care users would not be taken to places worse than Life Esidimeni facilities. Mr. Musinoki, during that meeting, told Dr. Mkacha that the mental health care users would not be taken to place worse than Life Esidimeni facility. Do you recall that?
The department officials, all of them did indicate that they would try their best to place the users in similar or better facilities.
That is the information you were told specifically by Mr. Musinoki. That's my instructions.
That was he was addressing the meeting, not specifically addressing me as a person.
Yeah, that is correct,
but
Doctor.
Just a second, did he utter those words? Did he say so at that particular meeting?
At the meeting, yes, there was promise that mental health care users will be placed in facilities similar or better than Esidimeni, my lady.
Oh, okay. So this was said by Dr. Musenori.
He was the project leader and he was addressing the meeting, yes, my lady.
And I hold instructions from my client, Dr. Manamela, that she was the deputy project manager or leader, and all the times she will visit NGOs with Mr. Musinoki.
I would not know, my lady, the details of that because that was under the Department of Health. I was not involved.
That is indeed the background of the information which Mr. Musinoki conveyed to the meeting which you attended, which I referred to in paragraph 6.66.5.
Thank you for alerting me.
Dr. Manamela advises me that she was appointed by Dr. Silubano to be the deputy project manager, and Mr. Musinoki was the project manager. Do you recall that?
I know that Mr. Musinoki was announced as the project manager. I don't know the details around appointments. I think they were working together. Of course, Dr. Manamela was under Mr. Musinoki.
And who announced Mr. Musinoki as the project manager? Do you know?
Dr. Silibano in a meeting.
And doctor, it is my instructions that in one of the meetings, Dr. Sulubano as well assured Life Esidimeni that the mental health care users will be taken to better facilities, which are not less than Life Esidimeni.
That is true.
And my lady, that information, my client will agree with you, Dr. Mkajwa, as reflected in paragraph 33.2 of C2, that is page 1508.
Page?
1000, sorry, my lady, 1458, my apology. Page 1458.
Okay.
That is where it says Dr. Mkajwa, Dr. Silubano, who was present with his team, responded and promised the families that they would ensure that mental health care users would be placed in a similar or just a second, I'm going to or better facilities when they are transferred.
This is paragraph?
It's paragraph, just a second, my lady, I'm going to it, 33.2. It overlaps to the following page. 33.2, my lady.
That is true. That was uttered at the Randfontein family meeting.
But you say the page number is 1458.
Yes, it goes to 1459.
Yes, 1459. Okay.
Yes, that's correct, my lady.
But now if it's 1459, it can be 33.2. Because paragraph 33 doesn't have subparagraphs. You look at.
Sorry, my lady, 32.2, my apologies, 32.2.
32.2.
I'm indebted to the court for that correction, my lady. Thanks a lot. Doctor. Dr. Manamela instructs me that she never accused you that you were trying to impress the family members.
That is not true.
Under what circumstances were these issues were raised? In paragraph 33.
We were out of the meeting and we were just talking about the meeting after the meeting.
So this is what was said to you after the meetings with family members?
Yes, it was.
And you raised the issue of moral requirements to act in the interest of mental health care users. It is my instructions from Dr. Manamela that at all material times during the termination of the contract with Life Esidimeni, she was acting within the best interest of the mental health care users.
I would hold a different view. She might have, but the compressed time period for the process, it was just overzealous, as one of the other statements said.
Dr. Mkajwa, I say this informed by her decision to appoint Dr. Wadara to do the assessments of mental health care users before they could be transferred to NGOs?
That is an arrangement that was between Dr. Manamela and Dr. Wadwala.
And she as well appointed Dr. Gania, who was allocated to Waverley, to do the assessment of all mental health care users before they were discharged to NGOs.
Similar response. That was an arrangement between Department of Health and the doctor.
Just a second, my lady. I'm just taking some instructions from client.
Mr. Sibara, you are muted.
I don't know what is happening with it. It keeps on muting itself on and off. I'll check with the technician when we are done.
Okay.
Doctor, you cannot therefore dispute that the appointment of doctors were in the best interest of the mental health care users.
The appointment of?
Of the two doctors.
Of the two
assess,
doctors?
Yes.
Okay, the two doctors mentioned.
Yes.
If that was the case, then how do we get the kind of report that you referred us to from Sterfontein? Or from Vescop, was it Vescopis? From Dr. Maureen Mabena?
I beg your pardon?
I am saying, you just confirming what I said earlier on, in that they left the facilities, users were left the facilities in a condition that a clinician had approved.
Yes.
So how do you explain then the report from Dr. Mabena that says they looked not well?
Do you recall, Dr. Mkacha, that the transfer was done to give effect to termination?
I do.
And these patients were taken to Vescopis, which is a mental institution. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And will I be correct that there's no way that clinicians would have kept the patients at Waverley because they were no longer a contract, they was in the process of termination?
It was during the contract, not at the contract was getting terminated, but it was still in the term of the contract. Therefore, if there were any patients who were very ill, they would have been taken to a hospital.
Doctor, the patients who were taken from your facilities were taken by professional nurses who were based at Vescopis. Do you agree?
What is the response? I didn't hear that response.
I thought you were still continuing, my lady, with the question.
Yes.
Continue.
They were taken from your facilities by professional nurses and clinicians.
And where are the notes?
And upon arrival, they had to be screened from scratch because they had no files.
There is absolutely no mental health care user that left an Esidimeni facility without the appropriate documentation. And I will repeat that none of our facilities handed over patients without documentation. What happened between the receipt of the documentation and the destination hospital, that I cannot account for. The officials of the department have to account for that.
Just a second, my lady. Doctor, it is my instructions from Dr. Manamela that at no time that she took an individual decision with regard to the transfer of patients from Life Esidimeni to the NGOs. It was a directorate decision and with her team.
I wouldn't know of those details. I know that there were team members from the directorate that were placed at facilities that we handed the patients over to.
And my lady, just my apology, I'm just trying to get an connectivity with another laptop to get to my next question. My apology, my lady. I'm using Dr. Manamela's laptop now. Doctor, it is my instructions from Dr. Manamela that she was present in the meeting, which was captured in the letter drafted by Dr. Silubana. That is the letter, my lady, which was uploaded into the system yesterday, which was addressed to you. I hope you recall the letter which my senior advocate holders. Dr. Manamela, this letter which was uploaded yesterday, it was talking about resolutions. Will I be correct? Sorry, Dr. Mkhatshwa, you said Dr. Manamela, my apology. It was talking about, its heading, my lady, it's the court, I understand, it is on page 33003.
I have it.
The letter is titled Resolutions on Meeting between HOD of the Gauteng Department of Health and the CEO of Life Esidimeni.
Just for correction, the title is incorrect. I wasn't CEO, I was MD.
You were MD?
Yes.
So this were the resolutions taken between yourself and Dr. Silubana?
In the meeting, not just the two of us.
In the meeting between Life Esidimeni and the Gauteng Department of Health?
Yes, it is.
I hold instructions, Doctor, that even Dr. Manavela attended the meeting.
That's correct.
And out of this meeting, she then drafted a decanting plan.
That's correct.
And that very same decanting plan was forwarded to you.
That decanting plan kept changing day after day, so we never had a proper agreed decanting plan.
What do you mean that the decanting? Sorry, you're still answering. My apology.
The numbers on the table that she forwarded to us kept on changing day after day, causing a lot of confusion.
When you said the numbers kept on changing, can you just elaborate a bit further?
I'm referring to the number of mental health care users that were planned to be discharged for a particular week. There would be the number. We requested to know where were they being transferred to. And those details were not broke. That decanting plan did not go into the detail that would tell us exactly how these patients were, while these patients were going to, how many patients were going to leave, what time were they going to leave, how they were going to leave. We just got a figure that said, on this particular week, I will discharge 50 patients.
And what was wrong with the figure of 50?
Remember, if you recall yesterday, there was planning to be done for each and every mental health care user. In terms of medication, if the mental health care user was going to a hospital, they would have 7 days supply. If going to an NGO, a month supply. So all those details were required to enable Esidimeni to plan carefully when the users were supposed to leave.
Doctor, it is my instructions that it was brought to the attention of Dr. Manamela that you are refusing with medical file and medical reports of mental health users. That is when you can answer.
That is absolutely untrue.
That is why Dr. Manamela addressed a letter to you on the 3rd of June 2016 requesting medical reports of mental health care users.
As I indicated to you earlier on, no mental health care user left Life Esidimeni facility without the necessary documentation, be it the discharge summary, be it the periodical reviews. Everyone had all the necessary documentation to ensure continuity of care. As indicated to you, those documents were handed over to the department officials. What happened after those documents were handed over to the department officials, I cannot account for that. I do not know. If those were lost in transit, I do not know.
So, Doctor, you testified yesterday that you were not physically in each and every facility. You were not there, but however, you would be in one of the two as your diary permits.
Very true.
How do you know that at the facility you were not there, patients were released with files and medical reports?
I have reportees who take instructions from me. I made it very clear that they would be, that is why I actually wanted of clinical officials of the department to be stationed at the facility so that my team would hand over to that team. And at no point did I get any complaint from Dr. Manamela that there were issues around the transfer of documentation. I also offered to the Department of Health to say I don't have the resources to print all the files. Remember, we're talking about a number of years for some of these mental health care users. So if they would come with the resources, they would have access to the files and make copies of the files. They did not come, so I cannot take responsibility for that, my lady.
So are you disputing that on the 3rd of June 2016, Dr. Manamela wrote you a letter requesting medical reports and files?
I am not disputing it. I am explaining that I responded to Dr. Manamela as I have indicated in my response.
And when she emailed you, sent you the letter on the 3rd of June, 2016, is it your response that you advised them to come and make copies?
I did. This was a repeat. I told them right from the scratch to provide first resources to make the duplication of copies, of files, I'm sorry.
All right, if I can just quickly take instructions from client, she's raising a thing. So Dr. Mkachu, Dr. Manamela writes you a letter on the 3rd of June 2016 to request files. How did you respond to her request? Was it telephonically or you wrote a letter as well?
I indicated right up front that the 3rd of June you are referring to, my colleague, is towards the end of the project. Okay. I indicated right up front to say these are the documents that the users will be given the time constraints and the lack of resources on my side. I'm welcoming the department to bring resources to make copies of the file right at the start of the project.
My lady, I was just taking another file for cross-examination and I put my mic on mute. Just a second, my lady, I want to quickly go to a page. Dr. Mkachwa, it was put to you by my learned colleague, Advocate Hassim, during cross-examination. That the movement of patients from life Esidimeni could, in your view, attributed to the cause of death. Your answer was that that would be pure speculation on your part. You recall?
It still would be.
And the very same line of questioning was adopted by my learned colleague, Advocate Foster, when she proposed to you that, so I'll just read it out. It's in the record, my lady. It's not necessary for the witness to go to the page.
Okay, continue, yes.
As to the end, so at the end of the day, it can be argued that the project saving by the Department of Health was 50.2 million, but the projected saving caused the death of 144 people. Your answer was as follows, Dr. Mkachwa. That will be speculation from my side. You recall?
It would be. It still would be. I cannot. I wasn't present at the death of the mental health care users. I don't know the surrounding conditions.
Let's hear the question first, because he had not yet asked a question. He's just referring you to what you said in your responses to the cross-examination by the two counsel.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, please record, my lady. So do you still maintain the same point that you cannot, from where you are sitting, attribute the death of mental health care users to the movement, because that will amount to speculation?
I still maintain that I don't have the full context.
My lady, if I can just quickly take instructions from Clint.
Okay.
My lady, I'm just taking instructions if the client is satisfied with cross-examination. She's just showing me some notes. My lady, that will be all for cross-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mkacha, for your assistance.
Thank you very much, Advocate Sibara. Thank you, my.
I don't know whether who's going to come before Miss Ramaimela. If she's there, is there someone who will come before her as her senior? I don't know. They would know between the two of them. I see. Hey, Miss, I can't pronounce her surname. Can you pronounce the surname for me, please?
Miss Xoxo, my lady.
Miss Xoxo. Who's next between Xoxa? Between yourself and Miss Ramaimela, you are for?
I'm for the witness number 7, Rochelle Gordon.
Okay, but yesterday she indicated that she will continue after.
She may continue then, my lady. She is senior to me as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Miss Ramaimela, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, my lady. I just have a few issues that I need to clear up with Dr. Mkachwa.
Yes.
As the court pleases, my lady. Dr. Mkachwa, you will recall that it was put to you that Mr. Musenuhi was present at the meeting of February 2015. This was put by my learned colleague, Advocate Sibara, during the proceedings of today. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember.
And your response to that was that you cannot recall. Do you also remember that?
I remember. At that time, Mr. Msenohil had not been introduced to Life Esidimeni.
As the court.
What, as at the time?
At the time, Mr. Msenohi was not yet introduced as project manager at Life Esidimeni.
Okay.
May I proceed, my lady?
Yes.
As the court pleases. Mr. Musenohi's version, Dr. Mkachwa, is that the reason he had not yet been introduced to Life Esidimeni as the project manager is because he was only directed by the MEC at a meeting of the 5th of November 2015, which meeting was a departmental quarterly review meeting. You wouldn't know of that, would you?
I wouldn't, and thank you.
As the court pleases.
Just a second.
As the court pleases, my lady.
So he was only introduced at the meeting of November 2015?
No, my lady, he was not yet introduced. The version that I'm putting to the witness now is that Mr. Musenuhi was only directed by the MEC to be part of the project team.
Yes, in November 2015. Yes.
But this meeting, Life Esidimeni is not taking part because it is a departmental quarterly review meeting.
All right, okay. Yes.
And even then, my lady, to clarify, that meeting does not deal with the project, as in the placement of patients, but a meeting of the department's review as a whole. That's where he got directed to get involved in the project.
Okay.
As the court pleases, my lady. Then the next aspect.
Yes.
It was also put to you, Dr. Mukachwa, that Mr. Mosenuhi promised that users would be taken to facilities better than Life Esidimeni. You recall that?
Similar or better, yes.
Similar or better, indeed so. And you answered and said all officials of the department said such statements at different interactions with Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
Very true.
Now, what was not said to you is the date on which this meeting that Mr. Mosenuhi is said to have uttered those words.
True.
Do you perhaps recall the date of that meeting?
Not of head. I'm sorry, my lady.
The context within which this was asked is meetings that ranged. Maybe let me rephrase that. Mr. Mosenuhi's version will be that he was only introduced to the mental health unit and the clinical sub-teams as a project manager on the 23rd of November, 2015. You wouldn't be aware of that, would you?
I wouldn't be. No, I wouldn't.
Yes, I'm just giving my lady her chance to finish. Thank you, my lady. Then further, Mr. Mosenuhi's version is to the effect that the next meeting wherein he was introduced as the newly appointed project team manager was a meeting that took place on the 10th of December, 2015. You also wouldn't be aware of that.
Very true.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Yes, continue.
As the court pleases. Now, during the course of your cross-examination by my learned colleague, Mr. Sibara, the discussion ranged that there were engagements with Life Esidimeni from as far back as 2014 and also meetings in 2015, February, March 2015, August 2015, and October 2015. You were referred to numerous meetings. Do you confirm that?
Yes, I was referred to numerous meetings.
Now, Mr. Mosenuhi's version will be based on what I have just put to you and what you have commented on. All those previous meetings from 2014 up until at the very latest then, 20 October, not 20 October, 5th November 2015, he had not been involved in the project. Do you have a comment to that?
He wasn't involved, that is true. Mr. Mosenuhi came aboard on the project in 2016. I just cannot recall which month it was.
As the court pleases, my lady. That would, if I can just confer with my colleague, my lady, just a moment.
Okay.
Can I then mute for that purpose? Thank you, my lady.
Just mute, please.
I beg your pardon, my lady. I had muted. Perhaps it's one of the devices here. Thank you, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much.
That would conclude the clarification issues.
All right.
As the please.
May it please the court, my lady? My lady, as I've already indicated, I'm appearing for proposed witness number 7, Miss Rochelle Gordon.
Yes.
If I may then start with my questions to Dr. Mkachwa, my lady. Good afternoon, Dr. Mkachwa.
Good afternoon, Advocate Kauka.
Thank you. Dr. Mkachwa, you testified yesterday that you would attend to the facilities where the patient, where the users were moved to NGOs as and when your diary allowed it. Did I get you correctly?
That is true. Thank you.
All right. On the 12th of May 2016, can you recall if your diary allowed you to attend to any movement of the patients?
Not of head, unfortunately.
Do you have your diary with you?
No, I don't.
Okay. On this day, the mental health care users were moved from Waverley to Tsepong. Do you remember if you're involved or not?
No, I was not involved. My hospital management team would have been.
Right. If I may direct you to the transcribed record of the 20th of July 2021, that is page number 32658.
32658.
58, my lady. Are you there, Dr. Mkachwa?
I'm trying to locate the document.
Six, 5, 8.
32658, my lady.
Yes, I've got the number.
Thank you, my lady.
I've got it. Thank you.
I'm also there.
Dr. Mkachwa, this is your statement that was read to the record by Miss Marriott.
Yes.
And if you can go to perhaps
is it not easy just to go to the affidavit unless if there was a specific question that was asked, because this is just a recital of the affidavit, isn't it, or the statement?
It is, my lady, but the way I've prepared using the statement, but we can, is it fine? Thank you, my lady. If I can read paragraph, the first sentence number 2 that starts with sorry number 3. These MHCU were stabilized but not fit to be discharged to a community. They were referred to Life Esidimeni for rehabilitation. Do you see that, Dr. Mkachwa, or do you remember that?
Yes, I see that.
All right. If they were referred to Life Esidimeni for rehabilitation, what would happen in a case where the user relapses in your care?
If in our care, we had psychiatrists in our care, so that would be reported to the psychiatrist and they would attend to the patient. If the psychiatrist or the patient was not controlled, then the patient would be referred to a hospital.
Thank you, Dr. Mkachwa. And if the patient becomes worse and you refer the patient to hospital, that duty, you still had that duty on the 12th of May 2016, correct?
Yes, we did.
I put it to you that when Ms. Gordon comes and testify, she will tell this honorable court that most of the users that were discharged on the 12th of May 2016 were very weak and sickly. And she would go on to tell the court that they were not an NGO material, meaning that they were not supposed to have been transferred to an NGO, but they were a hospital material. What do you say to that?
I would say that is the reason why I requested the department to make sure that there are clinical people on site to manage the transfers. So if there was any patient who was not fit to go to the NGO, that would have been picked up by the clinicians from our side and also from the Department of Health. And I would expect that the clinicians from the Department of Health would not accept that patient for a transfer.
Would you then expect the clinicians from Life Esidimeni to hand over those patients to the department?
I would not. However, the Department of Health clearly stipulated that we are custodians of the patients. So if they demanded that the patients be handed over to them to manage, that would be the case.
Doctor, you have taken a Hippocratic oath, not so?
That's correct.
And if I may direct you to page 32764.
Page?
32764, my lady.
Lady, I'm going. Sorry, Doctor, can you just... These questions were already...
I'm just waiting for the witness.
Sorry, my lady, your microphone is muted.
32764.
That's correct, my lady. I'm not sure, my lady, if Ms. Marriott was objecting or...
Yes, I am objecting to this question, my lady. Advocate Forster already went into the Hippocratic Oath. We've objected to that purpose due to relevance, my lady. I don't see the relevance for this witness to testify regarding this aspect once again.
What is the relevance, Ms. Kotka?
My lady, Dr. Mukachwa has indicated that if the department demanded the release of the patients, then they had to do that. Now, I would like to take him to his oath for him to tell us what does that oath mean, because my understanding is that it means that they will put the patient, as a medical doctor, he has a duty to put the interest of the patient first.
Yes, this type of the same question was put previously, and I think it was not allowed.
May it please the court, my lady. I will then rephrase and make my point, my lady. Dr. Mukachwa, I put it to you that as a medical doctor,
I think there's a hand there, Miss.
I apologize, my lady. My lady, the question was allowed. It was not allowed. The court did allow me to ask the question about the Hippocratic Oath.
Come again?
I said the court did allow me to ask the question regarding the Hippocratic Oath. It was allowed.
Oh, okay.
As the court pleases.
All right.
May it please the court, my lady, that the content of the oath appears on page 32764, my lady.
Yes.
On paragraph 14. Do you see 1-4? Yes. Do you see that oath, Dr. Mukachwa?
Yes, I do.
I'll quickly read it, even though it's on record, my lady.
But
I won't read all of it.
Was it not read previously, or?
It was, my lady, but I just want to make
just stick to the point that you want to refer to.
As the court pleases. Dr. Mukachwa, when one summarizes this oath that you have taken, in essence, it says in all your professional dealings, you will put the lives and the interest of the patients that you deal with.
That is correct. That is correct. And that is why I insisted on making sure that our mental health care users are handed over to clinicians so that I would have the comfort that they would be looked after properly.
I put it to you, Dr. Mkhatshwa, that even if the officials of the department demanded mental health care, the release or the discharge of mental health care users, you were bound by this oath to refuse to discharge the users that were sickly and weak. You had a duty to transfer those patients to the hospital. What do you say to that?
My lady, the deterioration of the patient could have happened anywhere else. All I'm saying is from the Esidimeni facility, we would discharge to a clinician, and that gave me comfort that I was handing over the users to a clinical person, not somebody who doesn't know what to do should the patient complicate.
Dr. Mkhatshwa, in one of the answers to my colleague Advocate Sibara's question, you indicated that some of the users were frail. You would not keep at Esidimeni a patient who deserved to be treated in a hospital. Do you remember?
That is what we did, and we held to that.
But on the 12th of May, you handed over frail patients to the department.
We need to actually unpack frail, because frail, is it frail due to old age? Is it frail due to a clinical condition? If it is due to old age, I can move that patient without any complications.
All right. If I can direct you to page 32702 to 703. Are you there, Dr. Mkhatshwa?
Yes, I'm there.
At 702, you have indicated that you had a medical officer who could only on a daily basis attend to MHCUs in need of a doctor. You had the professional nurses, you had the auxiliary nurses, and the care workers. Do you remember?
That is true.
Would you then agree with me that you had enough personnel to pick up when a patient is sick? Not so.
As earlier indicated, the patients were looked at and assessed by our multidisciplinary team, which had all the different fields of expertise.
All right. My last question to you, Dr. Mkhatshwa, it stems from page 32685 to 86. 32685 to 86, my lady. If my lady can bear with me. 32685. Yes. The very last paragraph in page 85, Life Esidimeni prioritized the necessity to ensure that all MHCUs were transferred with the following: a photograph identifying the MHCU, a record of MHCU's mental and health condition, medication for the treatment of the MHCU's mental and physical health conditions. In the event that the MHCU was placed in a state hospital, a 7-day supply of medication was provided, and where MHCU was to be transferred to an NGO, a 28 days supply of medication was provided. Do you remember?
That is correct.
I put it to you, Dr. Mkhatshwa, that on the 12th of May 2016, when the users were transferred from your Life Esidimeni to Tshepong, those users did not have medication for the full month, that is 28 days. What do you say to that?
I will still maintain what I've said earlier on. No user left the facility without documentation and appropriate medication. That was handed over to the Department of Health officials. What happened in transit, I cannot account for. If the Department of Health officials told Esidimeni the patient was going to a hospital, that person will get 7 days of medication. But if they change their mind in transit to take the patient to an NGO, how would Esidimeni know?
Are you then implying, Dr. Mkhatshwa, that you were told by the department that the users that were transferred from Waverley, they were taken to hospital, hence you issued 7-day medication?
All I'm saying is my team, in preparing the packages for the users to leave, were informed by the information they got from the officials of the Department of Health, and we obliged and did as accordingly.
Did you keep record of all these discharges? One get a record from Life Esidimeni that tells one that on this day so many patients were transferred and they were taken to this NGO?
There was a register that was kept on who was being discharged.
I put it to you, Dr. Mkhatshwa, that the perfect impression of Life Esidimeni that you are conveying to this court is not the true state of what happened, at least on the 12th May 2016. What is your response?
You are saying?
The perfect impression that he's trying to paint before this court is not the true state of affairs as of the 12th of May 2016, my lady. Any comment to that?
I will repeat myself. I will not account for anything that happens after Esidimeni has handed over the patients to the officials of the department. What you are talking about is post the Esidimeni discharge. I am not accountable for that. I did not take the patients from an Esidimeni facilities to Tsepong in this case.
Yes.
I was not the one transporting them. I therefore would not be in a position to comment on what happened and confirm your allegations. And I take serious offense from the fact that you feel that I'm trying to paint a bright picture for Life Esidimeni. All I am telling you is the truth as it happened at the facilities.
All right. Dr. Mkhatshwa, you knew that you were coming to these proceedings to testify about what happened during your tenure at Life Esidimeni, not so?
That is correct, and that is what I am talking about.
Did you make time for yourself to go back to Life Esidimeni to look at the documents and the record of what happened in the past, especially during this movement of the patients?
We had a briefing session to actually look and assess the whole process as it happened.
It is surprising, Dr. Mkhatshwa, that when you asked about what would be in your diary, you do not have your diary. When you are asked about the registers or any record that would help this court to make a decision, you do not have, and you refer us to Life Esidimeni. And yet you are talking about something that happened during your tenure at Life Esidimeni. But
oh, my lady, please protect me here. My learned colleague is expecting me to carry every detail that I had from 5 years ago. I have honestly said that if my learned colleague would like to get some information, approach the Life Esidimeni and ask for the information through the correct channels. I'm not in Life Esidimeni anymore. I am not going to go around carrying a 2016 diary with me.
my lady, those are my questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Van Bergen, if I may ask.
Yes, my lady.
Is it possible to get this register so whatever is relevant that Mr. Mukasho is, Dr. Mukasho is referring to?
Lady, there's an echo from somewhere. My lady, I will have to approach the relevant officials at Life Esidimeni, and obviously if they are available, and I refer to...
Even if he has finished testifying, if we can get at least the registers, or I don't know about the diary, but the registers, because it keeps on coming.
I will make the necessary inquiries, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. What is the time now? Do we still have others other than Mr. Van Bergen? I see it's 7 minutes before 4 o'clock. Who would like to proceed with cross-examination? Is this from my side?
Yes, my lady. Yes, my lady.
Do you have how many questions? I see it's 7 minutes before 4 o'clock.
I would like to cross-examine.
I can't hear you, Miss. Is it Miss Mjelel? You always have problems with connections. I don't know what's wrong. Even in the morning when it started, I even thought your screen was frozen. What is wrong? I don't see you ready to proceed now. It's about 6 minutes before 4 o'clock, and I can't even see you from the screen. Yes, let me hear you.
My apologies.
Are you there? I see she's having problems.
It's fine.
Did you test your device this morning? Because I could see that you even joined the meeting late even today.
No, my lady, I was here 9:30. I was joining the meeting. My devices were tested by the IT technicians.
Where are you talking from? Because I can't. So you should have been the first on the roll prior to anyone joining the meeting. You are saying 7:30.
9:30, my lady.
Okay, please.
The court can confirm that.
Please test your device. I think we can allow you a few questions tomorrow morning because I see you still have a problem. We're going to.
My lady, if I can just assist.
You see, I can't hear her.
Sorry, my lady, if I can just assist. In the morning, I tested her device with my device,
no, it's fine. It's not a problem. I'm just talking about now. She cannot. She's having a problem. Even when she's talking, I can see that the screen is frozen. I see Mr. Mapiane.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, looking at the time, I feel that I won't cover my cross-examination with the ample time that is left.
Okay.
I'm in the hands of the court.
Can I check it's yourself, it's Advocate Mujerere? Do we have the others who are left so that we can know tomorrow whether the next witness will be here? Or Mr. Van Bergen will also proceed after every one of you had finished with the cross-examination of Mr. Mukasho. Is there anyone else? Is it Mr. Suping? I haven't seen. Okay. So you also have questions in cross-examination?
Yes, very few, but I don't know because of further questions whether it will be more than what I have.
Okay. So are these the only three, save for Mr. Van Bergen?
My lady, just for planning purposes.
Yes, I want to check. That's why I'm trying to check whether it will be possible tomorrow to start with the next witness.
My lady, I have quite a bit of ground to cover by virtue of the extensive cross-examination.
Yes.
Now, I suspect that if I do finish early, it will still be during the course of the afternoon tomorrow and not any earlier than that.
So we can just maybe agree that you will finish tomorrow.
My lady, I will do my utmost to do that. I certainly want to get Dr. Mkachwa out of the witness box and back to where
It's just that I didn't want us to keep that witness waiting tomorrow.
Yes.
That's why I was trying to find out as to how many of the counsel who will be prepared to continue with cross-examining the witness.
Yes, my lady, I would suggest that it would be to rather arrange for the next witness to only be available on
Thursday.
Thursday.
Yes, there is a hand there. Let me hear who this is. Yes, continue. I don't see you. Who is that?
My lady.
Is that, it's not yourself. There is another hand there. AM, who is that?
I think it's Advocate Mapyanya.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Pardon me, my lady. It's me. I just didn't raise my hand down. It skipped my mind. Pardon me for that. It's an error on my part. I will do that now. Let's please the court, my lady.
Okay.
My lady, in the event that Dr. Mkachwa's diaries are uploaded into case line or we get access to those diaries, we will reserve the rights to cross-examine him based on the new information.
We don't know whether they will be there. I was just asking, let's deal with that at the time.
As you please the court, my lady.
Thank you very much.
And one other thing, my lady, I would request assistance from colleagues. There are documents which, with the leave of the court, would like them to be uploaded into case line. We refer to them during cross-examination. I don't know whether I can deal with that tomorrow morning. I don't want to keep the doctor in the witness stand unnecessary.
Which documents now? Have you not finished your cross-examination?
No, I'm done with cross-examination, my lady. They were referred during cross-examination.
And they are on case line?
No, I'm not sure because some of the annexures, I've not reached them during my perusal.
But how did you deal with them while you didn't reach them during your perusal?
My lady, these are similar letters like the same letter which was uploaded yesterday by my late colleague Advocate Hodas AC.
Okay, we'll hear you quickly. We'll give you about 5 minutes in the morning before we start.
Please the court, my lady. Thanks a lot.
Please don't take our 5 minutes and make it.
No, I won't.
Please.
I won't.
And that is not cross-examination, isn't it?
No, it is not at all.
Okay. Thank you very much, all of you. I take it that tomorrow will continue, unless if somebody comes up tomorrow morning. But I've got Mr. Mapyanya. I've got Mujerere. Please assist Mr. Zvara.
I should use my device tomorrow.
And then there is also who? I think there were 3 people, say for.
Suping, I think, my lady.
Mr. Suping.
Yes.
And then Mr. Van Bergen will conclude the cross-examination of the witness. All right. Yes, Mr. Dr. Mkachwa. You'll bear with us. You have to come back again. You are warned that you're still under oath. Thank you very much. And then we'll continue with your evidence tomorrow. You have not yet finished testifying. This therefore concludes our proceedings for today. We will resume tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
It's 4 days.
Thank you.
Please the court, my lady. Have a good day. Have a good day.